declare this meeting in session. Welcome to this meeting of the Standing Senate Committee on National Security, Defence and Veterans Affairs. I'm Tony Dean, representing Ontario, the chair of this committee. I'm joined today by fellow committee members who I would ask now to introduce themselves, beginning on our right with our Deputy Chair.
Andrew Cardozo from Ontario.
Margaret John Anderson, Northwest Territories.
Kim Pate, I live here on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. Thank you for joining us.
Donna Dasco, Senator from Ontario.
Hussein Youssef, Senator from Ontario.
Marty Deacon, Senator, Ontario.
Julie Miville-de-Chêne, Sénatrice Québec.
Thank you, colleagues. And to my left is the committee's clerk, Erica Dupont. For those watching the session today, we are continuing our study of Bill C21, an act to amend certain acts and to make consequential amendments, all related to firearms. Today we will hear from 5 panels of witnesses consisting of academics, researchers, firearms control and anti-violence organisations. For our meeting today, we're going to be discussing topics related to gun violence. This might be disturbing to both people in the room with us as well as some watching and listening at home. If anyone requires support, there are services available 24/7, toll-free through Wellness Together Canada. And you can call 1-866-585-0445 if you would like to talk to somebody. That's 1-866-585-0445. Senators and parliamentary employees are also reminded that the Senate's Employee Assistance and Family Assistance Program is available to them and offers short-term counselling for both personal and work-related concerns as well as crisis counselling. In our first panel today, we have the pleasure of welcoming Pamela Palmater, Professor and Chair in Indigenous Governance at the Toronto Metropolitan University, and Andrew A.J. Somerset, author and subject matter expert. We are joined by videoconference by Emma Cunliffe, Professor at the Allard School of Law, University of British Columbia. Thank you all for joining us today. We invite you to provide your opening remarks to be followed by questions from our members. And I remind you that you each have 5 minutes for your testimony. We're beginning today with Dr. Palmater. Dr. Palmater, you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you very much. Oh, do I have it on? Is it on? Can you hear okay? Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Merci beaucoup, Walalan. This is an issue that is very important to me, both personally in terms of my advocacy work, but also in terms of the research that I have been doing. So I have been researching and engaging on issues of national security for about 15 years. My focus is criminality and corruption in policing, but also far right and white nationalist groups, and then the link between hate groups and gun violence, and then who's at risk from that. The domestic threats in the US and Canada from white nationalist groups that spew hate, incite violence, both in person, in their tiny little groups, and online, is rising in Canada. It's considered a domestic threat, both here in Canada and the US. And it's happened so quickly in terms of the increase that many of us don't believe that the government is fully prepared for that. And gun control is one of those issues because that does pose a serious public safety threat, but also a threat to national security. The white nationalist movement is sometimes hidden under the guise of the so-called populist movement. Sometimes they'll call themselves far-right conservatives, but they often align themselves with the gun lobby itself. So you have a mix of white nationalist leaders who also purport to be anti-vaccination, free speech, pro-cop, so it's a big mix of people that get into this, and now we know that they are also, sadly, infiltrated law enforcement and the military. So there's 2 different kinds of national security threats there. They're often in the background agitating as pro-pipeliners, pro-choice, pro-guns, and also being anti-immigration, anti-vaccine, anti-feminism, and anti-Indigenous. According to all of the data that we've collected on these cells in Canada, they incite violence against a variety of groups. So one group could be anti-Muslim, another group could be anti-women and the Black community. But the one common denominator in all of these cells is being anti-Indigenous. So it presents, guns especially, presents a specific threat to Indigenous peoples. And the issue of murder to missing Indigenous women and girls is a statement to that fact. So you've got segments of society, human traffickers, obviously drug dealers and gangs, but also certain segments of society that are involved in targeting Indigenous peoples, but also Indigenous women. And we all know that guns are the weapon of choice, especially guns that can have multiple rounds at a time, automatic, semi-automatic, and that causes mass casualties at schools, universities, churches, and various other killing sprees, not unlike the Mass Casualty Commission in Nova Scotia. Sadly, we also have the highest level of online extremism in the world. So that should be a particular concern when it comes to the link between online extremism, the white hate groups, and gun violence, and their close connection to the gun lobby can't be understated in terms of the amount of resources they have access to. They're able to go to court and challenge all of these things, whereas victims of violence often don't. They're different from traditional terrorist groups, they tend to be larger in nature and more identifiable, been on the radar of anti-terrorism law enforcement, whereas these smaller groups are much harder to find in the online noise of online hate, which is why I am going to skip all over all of this. I am in favor of significant limits on purchase, both the types of weapons and the number of weapons, and I'm a proponent of in-depth, detailed, ongoing, repeated background checks for everyone, and not just a criminal background check. But have they been inciting violence online? Have they abused their former spouses? Have they been guilty of other things? And I'm also in favor of the confiscation of weapons, at least on an interim basis, when men are charged with violent crimes, including domestic abuse, for example. And I think we could have avoided many of the casualties in Nova Scotia had that been the case.
Thank you very much, Dr. Palmater. We will now hear from Dr. Cunliffe. Whenever you're ready, Dr. Cunliffe, please proceed.
Thank you very much indeed to the members of this Honourable Committee for inviting me to speak to you today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking from the traditional, ancestral and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish peoples here in the place we know as Vancouver. As the Honourable Chair mentioned, I am a Professor in Law at UBC. I also had the honour of serving as the Director of Research and Policy at the Mass Casualty Commission. I'm not speaking today on behalf of the Commissioners, but I will direct this Honourable Committee's attention to some key parts of the Commissioner's final report and share some of what I learned in my capacity as the Director of Research and Policy for the Commission. The Commissioner's orders in Council directed the Commissioners to examine issues including access to firearms and issues touching on police responses to reports of the possession of prohibited firearms and matters relating to coordination among law enforcement agencies in the Canadian Firearms Program and Canada Border Services Agency. The Commissioners were directed to give particular consideration to groups and individuals who were differentially impacted by the mass casualty or had the capacity to be differentially impacted by the recommendations made by the Commissioners, with the stated goal of identifying lessons learned and making recommendations that could help prevent and respond to similar incidents in the future. To further their mandate, the Commissioners looked closely at empirical research on firearms regulation, including the effectiveness of steps taken in other jurisdictions in response to mass shootings. The Commissioners attended carefully to the particular questions of rural Canadian culture with respect to firearms, hunting, and Indigenous rights and title. They commissioned expert reports, received evidence and submissions from participants, including the Canadian National Firearms Association, the Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights, and the Canadian Coalition for Gun Control, as well as women's anti-violence organisations. They convened expert panels and stakeholder discussions on these topics. Senators, you may see key aspects of the Commissioner's conclusions and recommendations made on the basis of that body of evidence in Chapter 13 of Volume 4 of their final report. The Commissioners also addressed some specific aspects of rural firearms culture in Chapter 2 of Volume 4 and the broader research on mass shootings in Chapter 7 of Volume 3 of their final report. The Commissioners found, as others have done, that the question of firearms regulation is characterised by growing polarisation in Canada. Canadian law clearly states that there is no right to bear arms in Canada and that owning a firearm is a privilege that is susceptible to careful regulation in the interests of public safety and to being withdrawn where appropriate. The Commissioners found that the best evidence demonstrates convincingly that prohibiting handguns for most purposes and prohibiting centre-fire semi-automatic long guns has led, in other jurisdictions, to a statistically significant decline in the rate of homicides by shooting, the overall rate of gun deaths, including suicide, the frequency of mass shooting incidents, and the lethality of mass casualty incidents when they do occur. This evidence is statistically robust and it is overwhelming. The Commissioners also found a very significant, indeed overwhelming body of evidence to demonstrate strong connections between gun violence, intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, and mass casualty incidents. In the Nova Scotia mass casualty, as it appears devastatingly in the incident that occurred last week in Sault Ste. Marie, a significant history of intimate partner violence and family violence, coupled with concerns about access to firearms, has led to mass casualty incidents occurring in Canada. Those are two striking recent examples. They're far from being the only examples. The Renfrew County femicides being yet another. And the Commissioners found a very strong through line between misogyny and intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, and gun violence. The Commissioners particularly considered the arguments made by some that reforming firearms laws in response to these incidents is opportunistic or takes advantage of the victims of these crimes. They found overwhelmingly that such reforms had been rational and had rationally addressed gaps and shortcomings in regulations and enforcement that have been identified by incidents such as the Nova Scotia mass casualty or the Sault Ste. Marie killings. Bill 21 addresses many of the recommendations made by the Commissioners. Those measures must be accompanied by implementation of other measures, which I would be pleased to speak to in question time. Thank you, Senators, for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cunliffe. And finally, Mr. Andrew Somerset, please begin when you are ready.
Thank you. My chief area of interest is in the rhetoric of firearms politics and also in rationales for gun ownership. A shift has occurred in gun culture in North America, in Canada and the United States, in the reasons that people own firearms. In the 1990s, only 6% of Canadians reported that they owned firearms for self-defense. According to recent polling done for Public Safety Canada, that number is now 24 to 30%. So there's been a great growth in interest in owning guns for the purpose of essentially shooting people. And that's accompanied by a shift, again, this is North America-wide, a shift towards ownership of assault weapons and handguns. Those are the growth areas for the firearms industry now. I just used the expression assault weapon, so I'm going to take a moment to define that because it is always contentious. Assault weapon, assault-style firearm, what this has meant in the past is it's referred to a class of firearms that's kind of developed to look military. They have military features such as pistol grips and so on, and they appeal to people who like that kind of thing. They like the military appearance. And this leads to the complaint that efforts to regulate assault weapons are all about cosmetics because there's guns with the same functional characteristics that do the same things, and we're not going after them. Why are we only going after the military-looking ones? And this has been the approach that's been used, for example, in California to try to define those cosmetic features, and it's an erroneous approach. We should be focusing on the function and not the appearance, and the function is easy to describe. First of all, they're semi-automatic. A semi-automatic firearm allows an unskilled shooter to achieve a higher rate of fire than one with a manually operated action, such as a bolt-action firearm. They have detachable box magazines. This allows an unskilled shooter to change magazines and reload the weapon in 4 seconds or less, which is much harder to accomplish if you're stuffing shells down the tube magazine of a shotgun one by one, for example. And the box magazines also make it easy for people to carry a large quantity of ammunition. And so this creates a public safety concern, I believe, around assault weapons. These are the weapons that are most implicated in, and most seriously implicated in those mass public shooting events, and also in extremist violence when we see that. And extremist violence actually often merges into those mass public shooting events. Example, the Quebec City mosque shootings. Magazines themselves, I should say, are also part of the problem. And in Canada, we have a problem in that we've legislated a 5-round limit on magazines, but the magazines for assault weapons are typically actually 30-round magazines that have been altered so that they can't hold more than 5 rounds, typically by adding a rivet that just stops the magazine follower from moving. Any person with hand tools can modify these magazines back, and then you've got a 30-round magazine, and it takes minutes. So that's a significant concern as well, I think. And I think that everybody who's involved in the broad firearms debate actually acknowledges that that is a problem. So in terms of what we can do about this, well, we can't prevent mass murder from occurring. Mass murders are going to occur, but we can, at the risk of repeating what's already been said, we can reduce the frequency of the events, and we can reduce the number of fatalities, and we can reduce the severity of the wounds among those people who are wounded. In short, we don't need to make it easy for people to commit mass murder. So there's things we can do about this. In the United States, we don't have a lot of examples in Canada that we can use for mass public shootings, but fortunately, the United States offers us many. And in the United States, the frequency and severity of mass shootings are up since 2004, which is the date of the expiry of the federal assault weapons ban in the United States. In the period of the assault weapons ban, which was 95 to 2004, there were annually 3.4 incidents on average and a total of 17.8 annual deaths on average. In the last 10-year period, that is now 6.1 incidents on average and 55.6 deaths. So the deaths have increased far more than the number of incidents. We're seeing a greater number of fatalities per incident. Also, there's recent research in the United States, this was in the American Journal of Public Health in 2019, 62% higher death toll when we have large capacity magazines used in a mass shooting. So magazine size does indeed matter. Is that time? Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Somerset. There'll be time to engage further, as you know. We're now going to proceed to questions. Our guests are with us until 3:55 today, and we're going to allow and do our best to allow time for each member to ask a question. With this in mind, you each have 4 minutes for each question, including the answer. I will hold up this card to indicate that 30 seconds remain in your time. Isn't that impressive? I ask that you keep your questions succinct and to identify the witness that you are addressing. And the first question goes, as always, to our Deputy Chair.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, ma question va...
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Ms. Palmater. Madam, you have presented a vision of criminality that you attribute to a suprematist military, perhaps police officer, white male, and perhaps over 40 years of age. There have been 8,000 and some firearm crimes in Canada since 2021, and what proportion of these can be attributed to the supremacists you're pointing a finger at? There have been accidents, hunting accidents. There have been a number of underground crime shootings, nothing to do with supremacists.
Yep, we'll just suspend briefly and get this sorted out and return momentarily.
So,
So can you hear me now? Yes? Very well. As I was saying, you've just presented a vision of criminality that you attribute to a suprematist white man. You mentioned military police officers. I just want to point out that I was a police officer for 40 years. I didn't feel some of the things you're mentioning. But anyway, there are 8,000 and some crimes, firearm crimes in 2021, and what proportion of them can be attributed to supremacists? There were, of course, family crimes. There were underground crime accounts being settled, and hunting accidents. Nothing to do with the supremacists then.
It's on? Okay. Thank you very much for your question. The problem with these groups is the crossover. So you think about discrimination and how there's intersectionality. You can't just look at race, but you also have to look at gender and sometimes disability. And it's the same with these groups. So a white supremacist group could cross over with an incel group, could cross over with a drug group or a gang or a guy who commits domestic violence against his partner, for example, who believes in all of that stuff and participates informally. So the reach and the crossover is what's extensive. And what we have said is that the law enforcement agencies haven't done enough to actually look at that crossover and the impact of that and the numbers attached specifically to gun violence in those crossover areas.
j'ai le temps pour une autre question.
Do I have time for a second question for a follow-up? Thank you. So, Mr. Somerset, the number of shootings in the USA certainly can't be compared to what we have seen in Canada, luckily enough, over the last decades. But when politicians try to control firearm possession, they tend to point to what's going on in the USA rather than truly evaluating what Canadians are doing and how Canadians who own firearms are behaving. Do you think it would be possible to change C21 to turn it into legislation that would be acceptable to hunters, to firearm owners, but also by controlling sales and possession, nevertheless?
Well, I think that with respect to Bill C21 and its effect on hunters, in the first place, this bill does not change the status of a single long gun in Canada. The only long guns that would be affected by this legislation would be those designed and manufactured after it comes into force. So, it does not affect hunters nearly as badly as some of the rhetoric we're hearing pretends. And something that we know from the recent Environics and ECOS surveys focusing on gun owners, which were done for public safety, is that in fact, although our gun lobby likes to claim that there is a 2.2 million strong voting bloc that all think the same way, in fact, some 60-odd%, depending which poll you're looking at, of gun owners in this country would actually support action to ban assault weapons. So I don't believe, the premise of the question, I don't believe that this bill is necessarily unacceptable to hunters at large in this country. I think it is unacceptable to a relatively small proportion of gun owners who use hunters as their shield and rallying cry.
Thank you. We next go to Senator Miville-Deschênes, followed by Senators Cardozo, Dasco, Youssef, and Pate. Senator Miville-Deschênes.
Merci. Alors,
Thank you. This question is for Professor Emma Cunliffe, who is with us, who has joined us by video.
To make it very clear. So the Mass Casualty Commission recommended that the federal government amend the criminal code to prohibit the use of a magazine with more than 5 rounds. However, as I understand it, in the rules on magazine, it allows the sale of modifiable magazines that are pinned at 5 but can easily be converted to their full illegal capacity, as several mass shooters have done. And it can include drums of 110 rounds, if I understand well. So what should be done, according to you? And I know you're not talking for the Mass Casualty Commission, but I'd like to hear you on the fact that on one side, we say 5 is the maximum, but on the other side, there's all those exceptions.
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. This is also a question that was grappled with by New Zealand in the wake of the Christchurch mosque massacre. And the path that New Zealand took in response to that problem was, first of all, to extend regulation much more clearly to magazines that can be switched out than had previously been the case. And secondly, to regulate the sale of external magazines only to those that could not be modified in that way. So that a switchable magazine is still a possibility, but only one which is truly limited to 5 and can't be altered simply through drilling out the pin, which is, as I understand it, the way in which people get around the regulation at present. I don't speak for the commissioners. You're quite right, but my view is that would be an appropriate measure in Canada.
So you would think this could be done in regulation or in this bill?
It's my understanding that it can be done by regulation. I think the value of making it part of the bill is clarity. One of the very important things we heard in the evidence in the Mass Casualty Commission is that there's a great deal of uncertainty about what is and isn't lawful in the community at large. And so that the commissioners heard from 35 community members who were aware that the perpetrator had an arsenal of weapons, but for the most part weren't sure whether they were legal at all, whether he had a license, what to do if he didn't or shouldn't. And so one of my additional recommendations is actually that all that can be done to clarify the regulations so that they're simple and easy to apply is worth doing, and all that can be done by way of community education so that people understand what is and isn't permitted and know when something is happening which shouldn't be is effort well spent.
Just a quick question on violence against women and firearms. Is it true, I read somewhere that if there's one harm or gun in the house, it's a factor that has to be taken into consideration for violence? It just I'm sorry, I'm trying to explain in English something that's complicated, but what is the relationship between
president?
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a researcher from New Brunswick by the name of Deborah Doherty who's done extremely helpful work on gun violence in rural communities, intimate partner violence, and with very large numbers of participants over many years. And she has found that women's fear of lethality and the experience of lethality both increase by orders of magnitudes in the presence of firearms in the home. And she also managed to kind of detangle some of the rural surveys that suggest that rural communities are opposed to increased firearms regulation, to find that actually that's a very gendered phenomenon, that women in rural communities are largely supportive of increased firearms regulation, whereas men are largely opposed. And that reflects a differential experience of personal violence, not least.
Interesting. Thank you.
We now go to Senator Cardozo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for Dr. Palmater. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about I was quite surprised at your statement that the highest level of online extremism is in Canada. It's most disturbing. Could you talk a little bit more about that? you talked about these multiple groups, and I wonder if they're the same people sometimes with just a different message. And would you add anti-LGBTQ, anti-trans rights as being part of their latest battle that they're launching? And how all of that relates to gun use?
Right. So in the international study that was done on online extremism, because that's where they do the recruiting, the misinformation, the fear-mongering, the kind of conspiracy theory stuff, how to make weapons, how to modify weapons, where to access. There's all different levels of online extremism. And then there's the incitement. So it's not just people going online saying, you know, I hate women, like incels, for example. But it's a matter of this is what should happen to them. If only someone was brave enough. Do you know anyone with a assault weapon? Think of how many people we could get. Or the next time we're in Ottawa and they try to impose vaccines, let's bring weapons, you know, kind of like what they did in Alberta. At the border there during the whole freedom convoy. So it's not just the view, it's the view coupled with the incitement and the fact that Canada has the highest international online engagement with right-wing extremism, which obviously isn't just white hate groups, but in almost every case they're somehow attached to what falls under the category. Some are neo-Nazis, some are KKK, some are incel groups, some are just like anti-everything that isn't white male, for example. So it poses a problem because kids are being recruited in these online forums. Kids are being incited into violence. And so that's not being tracked at the same level because they're not gun-toting adults saying, I want my hunting rifle or I want my assault weapon. It literally is how they morph into that.
And why Canada? In some ways, we've thought of ourselves as being a more small, liberal, open-minded society. Is this a response? Is this a backlash to that, or is there any other factor that would make us so put us on this list?
I think there's a multitude of factors. One, how many law enforcement agencies in Canada are detailed tracking that and all of the feeding group factors, all of the crossovers, all the threats that not just to public safety, which is significant. We don't want mass casualties. We don't want people taking trucks and running down people in the streets. But also, what is the threat to national security of these groups when you have people with those views who participate in those forums informally who are in law enforcement or are in the military or are in some kind of emergency management public safety position? That's a threat to national security, and I don't think that's looked at enough. They finally, like Canada's a little slow on the draw in terms of considering white hate groups as a domestic terror threat and the link to gun violence, because Indigenous peoples have been killed by white supremacists. I mean, Leo Lachance was killed. Look at rural racism, not in the area of white hate group, but having the same feelings. I mean, what happened when unarmed Colton Bushy was shot point blank? What was the response by rural farmers? Let's get more weapons, let's shoot them, let's kill them and put them in the ground. And so it's that kind of incitement to violence that leads people to do things that they might not otherwise do if they didn't have that community of support, which in Canada, being the most significant in the world, should be a bigger concern. But we pay attention to the U.S. to the detriment of our own.
Thanks, Dr. Palmater. We now go to Senator Deska.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses today. Professor Palmater, your description of the various groups intersecting makes me think about a massive Venn diagram where you've got different overlaps, and I'd love to know the percentage of Canadians in each of the overlaps in a Venn diagram. Maybe you've got that somewhere, but anyway, that's what came to mind when I listened to you, because, you know, we're not talking about all these people together. We're talking about mixtures of them and overlaps, as opposed to, you know, one large group. I think there's overlaps there, but in any case, that's a bit of an aside. What I want to do is just dig a little deeper into your comments about background checks. on guns, and you said that you favored this. And so I wonder if you have a sense of the deficiencies that do exist in background checks. I don't know if you've done any research in this area. What is it that is lacking? Who is or might be responsible? What is it that we should be doing? And does this bill address it, or will, through the provisions of the bill, is there any, are we addressing this in any way? So anyway, that's, I wanted to dig a little deeper into your comment on that.
That's a really good question, and I'll just say before I get into the background checks on the issue of far-right extremism and their attachment to white hate groups, one of the things that they're doing, obviously in social media, is speaking to younger groups, and what they'll do is they'll take an issue that Canadians are upset with, so inflation, and then they will attach that, give an overly simplified solution to the problem that aligns with where they're going, and that's how they draw people in. That's how so many anti-vaxxers then all of a sudden became like pro-gun, and they weren't even talking about guns before, or anti-Muslim, that kind of thing. In terms of background checks, I hate even the word background check because I feel like we're missing opportunities for prevention. Just like in the environment or in the medical condition, we should always use the precautionary principle. How many opportunities or stages of opportunities do we have to catch a problem? Is it only at point of sale? Because I would argue that's like a blip in a person's life. What about when a domestic abuse complaint is made? Why are we not checking then? And not just for criminality, so not just for a charge, a criminal charge, but also, are you running these online forums inciting people to run down people with vehicles or shoot them with guns? Are you doing that? Have you been accused of that? Have you committed violence against other people that might not have attracted a charge, that might have been settled? Or is there a civil suit where you've been doing those things, gun violence, threatening gun violence, and you were sued civilly but not criminally? We don't have an expansive enough kind of background check, and we don't do it at multiple stages, and it should be rechecked on an ongoing basis. Who someone was when they bought the gun to begin with could be very different 10 years later.
Right. So that means going back to people with a license, gun license, and doing these kinds of checks periodically. Okay. And does this bill, will this bill at all deal with that, or like even through other provisions? I mean, is this kind of a standalone?
Okay, very quickly. So, I mean, the bill is something. I'd rather this bill than nothing. I think, like what Emma said, we can fill it in with some regulations, but I do think more is needed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Youssef.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. If I could start with Mrs. Cunliffe, in regard to the mass casualty report and, of course, the recommendation, is there anything missing in this bill that would aid and support, of course, what the findings were, that is critical, that is not currently in the bill?
Thank you very much, Senator, for that extremely important question. We heard evidence, particularly from Australia, that the success of the firearms reforms that took place in that jurisdiction under a Conservative government in 1996 after the Port Arthur massacre was very much predicated on the fact that the prohibition of certain firearms, the regulation of magazine size, the strengthening of background checks was accompanied by a variety of other measures that were also intended to address the problems of gun violence. Those included, and I think this is significant in terms of the polarisation that we're seeing in the Canadian community, close work with sports shooting associations, hunting associations, in order to ensure that the regulations worked well to allow, for example, Olympic sports shooters to continue to compete, allowed rural landowners to continue to do pest control or manage livestock in the ways in which they needed to do. That was achievable while prohibiting handguns and semi-automatic firearms by working with those people as partners. Something that concerns me is that there does seem to be this extremely polarised rhetoric playing out, and I suspect, as my colleague on the panel has said, that there's a quiet majority of law-abiding gun owners who respect the skill, frankly, associated with appropriate firearm ownership and use, and who are concerned by the growing violence and the growing self-protection discourse that's emerging from segments of their community. And I would like to see more done to engage that segment of the gun-owning community, frankly. I also think that it's necessary to implement other recommendations made by the commissioners in the Mass Casualty Commission. So, for example, to ensure that victims of intimate partner and family violence have safe and effective pathways to leave violent relationships, and to stay safe and, for example, report concerns about firearms if they choose to stay, as is their right. To implement public education about firearms regulations so that community members know what's allowed, know when they should report concerns and how to do so safely. It's important to offer culturally appropriate firearms education to Indigenous youth and communities, and to work with those communities to ensure culturally appropriate community-led approaches to firearms safety that allow the exercise of Indigenous hunting rights. To ensure that rural and remote communities have access to mental health services and addiction treatment to reduce both the rates of self-harm using firearms and firearm violence in those communities. And so the Commission has really emphasised this is a complete package of recommendations, and strengthening regulation and coordination, as Bill C21 does, are both important steps, but they need to be accompanied by other measures.
I'm afraid we have to move on to Senator Youssef. Senator Pate is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing. My questions are for Dr. Palmater and Dr. Cunliffe, but I'm happy to have you also pipe in as well. First, for you, Dr. Palmater, many people are raising issues around the rights of Indigenous people, First Nations people, to their hunting rights and the like, and I'm curious as to how you see this legislation impacting those rights. And I'll let you answer, and then I'll ask Dr. Well, actually, I'll ask both questions if that's okay, and then we can go to Dr. Cunliffe. You mentioned the Port Arthur massacre, and I'm struck by, in addition to using very clear language, unlike even mass casualty, for instance, the importance of looking at all of the other factors that contribute. The fact that we often see people who end up convicted of serial killing or mass shootings first having been known to be perpetrators of intimate partner or violence against women. We know that in virtually every situation internationally that's happened, and yet we don't take that seriously. And with the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry, they pointed out the same thing. We don't take that seriously. What other measures would you like to see included, in addition to what you've already said in response to Senator Youssef? And I ask that, I guess, for both of you, but if we can start Dr. Palmater and then Dr. Cunliffe.
Thanks for the question. It's a really important one because the gun lobby very quickly tried to appropriate and exploit Indigenous peoples to be in favor of unrestricted gun use, no background checks, as if they had any kind of sympathy or compassion for First Nation rights. That being said, First Nations do have a right in this country. In fact, they're the only group in this country that has a constitutional right to bear arms. Supreme Court of Canada has already said no one else does. But we do. We have that by virtue of our treaty rights, Aboriginal rights, our right to protect our territories, and now that's reinforced not only with Section 35, but with UNDRIP, the right to govern our territories, which would include things like gun control. That's on a collective level. On an individual level, the whole idea that First Nations need assault rifles and handguns to shoot a deer is just so ridiculous. Never, never has that ever happened. So the two really need to be separated. Weapons of of significant destruction, like an assault weapon, versus a long gun for hunting, they're not even remotely similar. And we do have to make sure that we're taking into account that even First Nation rights, even within a First Nation community and First Nation law, has to be balanced with the safety of women. We have to take that seriously, and the safety of children and everyone around us. So no right is absolute. The First Nation right takes priority over others in the Constitution, but that has to be balanced with safety. And I think this bill, go ahead and pass. I think you can fill it out with regulations, but I think the government should also commit to working in partnership with First Nations on how are we going to do joint background checks, what are the kinds of opportunities for safety can we do, and what are the other limits that we should put, given that we know that there's so many societal threats to First Nations, but in particular First Nations women.
Thank you. Dr.
Seconds, if you could, please.
Thank you, Senator Payne. You're quite right that the commissioners drew a very strong line between a history of intimate partner, gender-based violence, and the perpetration of mass casualties, and that's very well established in the research. Whether we look to the Nova Scotia mass casualty, the most recent incident in Sault Ste. Marie, or other Canadian examples such as Renfrew County, we see a history of concerns about a violent man and his access to firearms and his treatment of women. We see that those concerns have been reported to police, but not properly investigated frequently or taken sufficiently seriously. And so a significant thing that should accompany this bill is a very clear focus on accountability of law enforcement agencies to actually implement the law as it is written. There are presently measures for the withdrawal of a firearms license in circumstances of concern about public safety. Those mechanisms are rarely used, and they weren't used in the 3 mass casualty examples that I've just shared, despite the fact that they could have been. That is both.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm sorry.
I apologise, but we have to move on. Senator Beam, followed by Senator Owen. That should just about bring us to the end of our session. So, Senator Beam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here and Dr. Cunliffe for joining us virtually. My question is actually for you, Dr. Cunliffe, but I think our 2 witnesses here might want to respond to this as well. And I'm really looking at whether we can learn anything from observing what is going on in other jurisdictions. What do I mean by this? There are parallels between what happened in Nova Scotia and what happened last week in Lewiston, Maine, both from the similar number of casualties to the respective manhunts for the perpetrators, what the lessons might be, and what can be learned by Canadian gun policy researchers and advocates. And I don't expect that we know all the details about what happened in Maine, and don't know, as was the case in Nova Scotia, of any link between gender-based and or intimate partner violence. But I'm curious, Dr. Cunliffe, about your views on what can be learned across jurisdictions, keeping in mind that gun laws and indeed the debate around guns and the political cultural aspects are much different in Canada than in the U.S.
Thank you, Senator. I'll try to keep my remarks brief so my colleagues can also address your question. The commissioners found that it's an appropriate strategy for law enforcement and lawmakers to use to look to examples in other jurisdictions rather than wait until they arrive at our doorstep. One of the very significant parallels between the very sad incident in Lewiston last week in Maine and Nova Scotia is, of course, the source of the guns in the Nova Scotia mass casualty was largely Maine. We share a border with the US. Aspects of the US's gun culture are influencing Canada's gun culture, and I think studies that are proceeding in the US of those matters are directly relevant and helpful to the conversations we're having here. Some use that as a reason not to make changes, say that because we share that border and it's largely undefended, there's no point in seeking stronger regulation because guns will be smuggled, guns can be 3D printed. I disagree with that perspective. not least because I think having clarity around what is and isn't permitted allows the community to play the role that it must play in assisting law enforcement to enforce firearms regulations, to recognise when there's a problem and to report it.
Mr. Somerset, can we go to you?
I think that we absolutely, there tends to be, when we look at the whole rhetoric of gun politics, there tends to be this attempt to shut down international comparisons, particularly any comparison to events that happen in the United States. And we absolutely can learn from events that happen in the United States. There's a great deal of research done in the United States. They've got a lot of incidents to study. It's really a great laboratory for what happens when you don't regulate. And similarly, we can learn from New Zealand and Australia and the UK, for sure.
I find it interesting, the Maine example. Maine is very close to Canada. The cultures are very similar, small towns, hunting communities, that sort of thing. So it might be interesting to look at.
I would add that, the idea that we have a different gun culture here in Canada is both true and untrue. There are ways in which we have a different gun culture here in Canada, and certainly the broad attitudes of Canadians towards guns are quite different than in the United States. But the culture of gun ownership in this country tends to shift with the culture of gun ownership in the United States. And I provided an example of that in my introductory remarks when we talk about self-defense, the growth of the market for handguns and the growth of the market for assault weapons.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have to move on. The last question comes from Senator O, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, witnesses, for being here with us. And I have a question for Professor Palmater. I just want to follow up just now a question you did not answer for Senator Designate. Oh. And he asked you about what percentage of violent crime is committed by the white supremacists. And can you tell us a little bit more about your studies and that comes out more on evidence? Thank you.
For sure, and I can make a submission after this as well, but my point to the senator was that law enforcement, sadly, is failing to be proactive and preventative in this area and is only looking primarily at formal groups. So you can identify a KK group, an organization, what their membership structure is, where they are, all of the chatter online. It's a lot harder for when they cross over into the incel group or they cross over into an informal group or a multitude of these groups, and then to make statistics. And so we have been asking law enforcement, you need to do a better job of disaggregated data on all of this stuff. You need to actually put these in your reports. You need to look at their associations. Yes, it might be domestic partner violence and he shot his wife, but what groups was he a part of prior to that? Who is he affiliated with? And all of those other things. Those are the kinds of things that aren't followed up with after the fact unless they consider it relevant for a trial. And oftentimes there's people who plead guilty, so you're not getting any of that information. So that's what we're saying. We need that disaggregated data because we can point to incidences, we can point to all of these things that are happening in the United States. But my question is, why wait? Why wait until it's as bad as the U.S. and then say, oh, we should start collecting the disaggregated data?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This brings us to the end of our panel. On behalf of the committee, I thank you, Dr. Cunliffe, Dr. Palmater, and Mr. Somerset. We greatly appreciate, first of all, you taking the time with us today, but secondly and most importantly, the significant contributions that you've made to our learning as we move through this and to the study that we're undertaking. It will serve us well. So I wish you all the best and thank you again. And colleagues, we will now pause briefly as we prepare for our next panel. Thank you. Welcome back, colleagues. Welcome back. Colleagues, we will now continue with our next panel. For those tuning into today's meeting, Bill C21, an act to amend where we explore Bill C21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all related to the regulation of firearms. For the next 55 minutes, we have the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Natasha Saunders, paediatrician with the Canadian Paediatric Society and at the Hospital for Sick Children. And by video conference, Dr. Alan Drummond, Chair Emeritus, Public Affairs Committee with the Canadian Association of Emergency Physicians, and Dr. Najma Ahmed with Canadian Doctors for Protection from Guns. Thank you all for joining us today. I invite you to provide your opening remarks, to be followed by questions from our members. I remind you that you each have 5 minutes for your testimony, and we will begin today with Dr. Natasha Saunders, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for having me here today. As mentioned, I'm a pediatrician at the Hospital for Sick Children, and I'm a health services researcher whose research program is focused on firearms, mental illness, and their intersection. And I have the privilege of being here today to represent the Canadian Pediatric Society. As an organization, we support the passage of Bill C21, and I'd like to illustrate why, in terms of its often underestimated potential to affect the lives of children and youth. To me, the collective measures proposed in this bill are designed to reduce the total load of circulating firearms, especially those sourced from organized crime. Strengths of the bill include increased penalties for weapons offenses, creation of offenses for processes related to 3D printing, and inclusion of certain firearm parts in offenses regarding firearms. Critics of Bill C21 have dismissed or downplayed this powerful legislation, suggesting it will lead to modifications in the way they use their firearms for recreational enjoyment or run their businesses, or that the total number of firearm deaths in Canada, particularly from legal firearms, is relatively low. I'm here to tell you as a pediatrician that the impacts are much greater. In Ontario alone, from 2003 to 2018, 5,486 children and youth showed up in Ontario hospitals with a firearm injury, and over 500 of them died. Of the over 5,000 injured, over a quarter were assaulted with a firearm. The rest were unintentional or suicide-related. All of these injuries were not just scrapes and bruises. Half were shot in the head and neck, and of those, half resulted in traumatic brain injury. These are not small numbers. But now I want you to consider for a second the ripple effects of just one of these injuries. When a 17-year-old boy is shot and killed in a Toronto community housing complex, caught in the crossfire of gang violence, what then happens to his 15-year-old younger brother, who now mourns the death of his older brother and wants revenge? Or what about his 12-year-old sister, who can no longer sleep at night, who can no longer attend school, and completely withdraws in fear? And their mother, whose life has been destroyed by the tragic and premature death of her son. And then, of course, there's the teen's entire community that grieves. These too are victims of firearm injury, and these lives should always be counted, considered, and supported. The impact of firearms on their lives must also be weighed. I'd like to now bring your attention to the school setting. Some argue that there are few domestically sourced guns that pose a problem in Canada. But imagine for a second that just one of these domestically manufactured guns ends up with an active shooter in a school. Picture a school lockdown, 600 students. In school shootings, every time there's a lockdown, every time a 10-year-old has to hide under their desk at school, away from the windows, that's traumatizing, anxiety-provoking. Every time there's a gun on school property with an associated lockdown, we have 600 school-age victims, terrified by the threat of violence. I urge you to see the forest through the trees, to see the bigger picture, to see how stopping just one of these, be it from preventing a legal gun from being diverted, or by rapidly removing a firearm from an individual who threatens violence towards others or themselves, as this bill will allow, can be impactful. Through all this debate, we must remember that young people have a right to feel safe and secure at home and at school. I want to speak briefly about the importance of the proposed red and yellow flag laws in the bill. This past week's tragic death by firearm of 5 people in Sault Ste. Marie, including three children, ages 6, 7, and 12, is a stark reminder that intimate partner violence is not just about intimate partners. It affects whole families, children, and innocent lives. The introduction of red and yellow flag laws in Bill C21 provide one tool to protect the public and vulnerable families from assault-related and self-inflicted injury. Specifically, this bill protects children by facilitating license revocation and weapon surrender in cases of domestic violence with clear and specific definitions of what constitutes domestic violence, such as coercive and controlling behavior, psychological and financial abuse, and threats to cause harm to any person. As we move forward, the CPS recognizes that all levels of government must work together to make meaningful changes to reduce violence in among Canada's youth. We all have important work to do, and as such, we strongly support the passage of Bill C21.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saunders. Next, we will hear from Dr. Drummond. Dr. Drummond, over to you when you're ready. You're on mute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We in the emergency medicine community are very strongly supportive of this bill, particularly with respect to the red flag law provision. We believe that that's an application of a public health and injury prevention measure which has the potential promise of lives saved. Gun control is increasingly polarized in this country, but I think we can all agree that the prevention of death is clearly sufficient motivation across the ideological divide and in the best tradition of Canadian values. Of all firearm deaths, 75 to 80% are due to suicide. And if we as a nation are to be serious about reducing firearm deaths, then we must make suicide prevention a priority. There's a little bit of cross-referencing with Dr. Ahmed's presentation, so I'm not really going to go into the statistics other than to say that there's about 10 Canadians who die every day as a result of suicide. And for every one of those, we have literally dozens who show up in the emergency department seeking assistance. Because a gun in a home is a recognized factor for completed suicide, we worry that when we send people home, we're sending them home to an uncertain future, a loaded shotgun under the bed, a handgun under the pillow. We just don't know. And the inevitability of suicide is a total myth. We know that most of these things are impulsive, and that if people survive their initial suicide attempt, that they won't go on to completed suicide with little risk of substitution methods. The other big issue is that of intimate partner violence, and up to 30 to 40% of people who present to our emergency department have been victims of intimate partner violence. And again, the risk of death to a victim of intimate partner violence is significantly higher, fivefold, when there's access to a firearm in the home. So the emergency department is faced on a daily basis with individuals who are at potential risk of firearm death, but knowing that there are firearms in our homes, we cannot really intervene. Only in the face of a clear and imminent danger can confidentiality be breached. The other issue is that of mass shootings. We looked at in University of Michigan, they looked at about 6,000 red flag law impositions, and about 10% of those were for shooting threats to intend to harm as many people as possible. Now, we've been very supportive since 1995 in our original brief to Bill C-68 with regards to a notification system, and so we were obviously quite delighted when Mr. Blair in 2020 announced the potential of a red flag law. And this is based strictly on the American model, in which there are 22 such laws, so it's a bit of a hybrid. And of those 22 laws, only 3 allow for physician breaching of confidentiality. It should be noted that the 7 states with the lowest rates of firearm death in 2020 all had red flag laws, and in Indiana and Connecticut, for every 10 ERPOs, each extreme risk protection orders, there was 1 suicide saved. And Canada's model, basically requires a petition to the court, a judicial hearing, and then an unexpected time frame for initial removal of the firearms. We only make some observations, not recommendations, but we are concerned with the absolute need for a petition to the court and judicial hearing prior to the removal of firearms, only because that leads to the potential of time, and loss of time can lead to increased risk of femicide. Furthermore, from a suicide prevention model, we are concerned, given the abysmal state of lack of access to psychiatric care, that we are sending people home to die by suicide. Similarly, Canadian provinces have all adopted a medical reporting mechanism where a gunshot victim presents to the emergency department or reported to the police. And we've reused the development of a direct medical reporting system prior to the trigger being pulled as a positive upstream solution to this increasing problem. Lastly, and fundamentally, however, the decision to allow medical reporting and the breaching of patient confidentiality is a provincial concern, not a federal, and within the purview of the provincial regulatory colleges. Following the passage of this legislation, the next logical step for the federal government would be a collaborative effort with all the provinces and the medical colleges at developing a template for such a medical reporting system and providing the required financial resources for their effective implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Drummond. And we now move to our final witness in this panel, Dr. Ahmed. Please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you very much, Senators and my esteemed colleagues. I'm delighted to be here to speak on this matter. Nearly 5 years ago, physicians from across Canada came together to call for stronger legislative measures and other interventions to prevent gun violence, because we, as physicians, could no longer accept the many harms being inflicted upon our patients, their families, and entire communities. Harms like the mass shooting that we all witnessed last week in Sault Ste. Marie that killed a woman and 3 young children. The Canadian Medical Association in 2021 declared that firearm-related injuries and fatalities are a major cause of premature and preventable death in Canada. A 2020 Ontario study showed that over a 15-year period, there were nearly 6,500 gun injuries with a fatality rate of 42%. Another Canadian study showed that up to 20% of patients who survive firearm injuries suffer with lifelong disability. I can tell you that many of my patients never go back to work or school. A BC study from earlier this year found that firearm violent crime cost that province nearly $300 million per year. Canada needs Bill C21. It will save lives. There are a lot of differing views on this issue as well as some disinformation. I would like to therefore tell you about an event last month intended to inform the public policy discourse on this subject. I had the privilege to serve as a scientific co-chair for a conference themed Gun Violence as a Public Health Issue, co-sponsored by the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences. In addition to an outstanding cross-section of international subject matter experts, including researchers who have published in some of the most esteemed scientific journals in the world, attendees heard first-person accounts from survivors of mass shootings, physicians, anti-racism educators, community organizers, and gun owners, including an Indigenous health leader and hunter. Several clear and consistent themes emerged from which are relevant to this debate. 1, Canada has one of the highest rates of per capita gun ownership and gun deaths among economically developed nations. 2, evidence presented showed that the more guns in a society, the more gun deaths there are, and that stricter gun laws result in fewer gun deaths. 3, Bill C21 would bring us closer in line with our peer nations, such as the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and Norway, among others. All these nations have banned most types of semi-automatic assault-style weapons, firearms that can kill and maim many people in mere minutes. All these countries, like Canada, have robust hunting cultures. 4, in urban environments where handguns are more predominantly used, racialized communities, and Black youth in particular, are disproportionately affected. The mental health impacts of this violence on Black communities is enormous. This is why we urge greater investments in the social determinants of health. 5, there's a strong link, as has been discussed today, between domestic violence and the presence of firearms, including to intimidate and control. There's a 5-fold increase in the risk of being killed when a gun is involved in an intimate partner incident. Those at higher risk include Indigenous and rural women. 6, as Dr. Drummond just said, firearm suicides account for about 75% of gun deaths in Canada, mostly affecting men in rural communities. As firearms are the most lethal means of suicide, putting time and distance between a person at risk and lethal means can save lives. More than 90% of people who survive a suicide attempt do not go on to die by suicide. And one presenter at our conference noted that in 48 of 49 studies, firearm restrictions was associated with an overall reduction in suicide rates. 7, With respect to C21's proposed red flag laws, research from the U.S. suggests that racist suicide, mass shootings, and intimate partner violence can be lessened with tools like a red flag law. Experts stress the importance of a 24/7 process for courts to consider applications, and that sufficient funding and education are required for successful implementation. 8, firearms have a specific and dangerous connection to far-right hate groups, further strengthening the argument and the need for this bill to pass into law. The conference has strengthened our resolve as an organization to ensure that evidence-based common sense measures included in Bill C21 become law. There's still more to do, and a national research center focused on studying the various facets of gun violence is needed in Canada. Our members are pleased with the significant effort
Dr. Ahmed,
towards...
could you wrap up, please?
Yes, last two sentences. Our members are pleased with the significant effort towards making all our communities safer. For the last 20 years, I've been treating patients devastated by firearm injuries and consoling patients and families left behind with immeasurable grief. My sole interest here today is to protect Canadians and prevent this further devastation. Thank you for listening. Sorry for going over time.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, and I do apologise for interrupting you. We will now proceed to questions. I note that the panel finishes at 4:50 p.m. As with the last panel, I'm going to limit each question, including the answer, to 4 minutes. I will hold up this card to indicate that 30 seconds remains in your time. Please keep your questions succinct and identify the person you're addressing the question to. The first question goes to our Deputy Chair, Senator Dagenet.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Dr. Ahmed. Firearm crimes in 2021 were less than 3% of violent crimes in Canada. Most of the weapons came from illegal sources. They were not guns under legal ownership. I'd like to know what C21 will have as an effect on this part of the problem, and how could we change it to help the government really aim at the real origin of the firearms that are being used to commit crimes and to kill people.
Thank you for the question. In fact, it should be noted that many legal firearms are also used to commit crimes. And of course, the majority of suicides and domestic violence incidents involve legal firearms. I believe at this hearing, let me find my notes here. I believe at this hearing, RCMP Acting Commissioner Mark Flynn testified, and I quote, "If you look at the firearms we've traced through our tracing efforts, 69% of those firearms were deemed to have legally been imported or manufactured in Canada. Legal firearms that are in Canada are likely contributing to the pool of firearms that are being used in gang-related and organized crime homicides. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't address the illegal flow of firearms into our country, but I think it's not accurate to say that that legal firearms are not contributing to crime in our country or gun deaths overall. As an example, the gun that was used in the mass shooting on the Danforth was stolen from a gun shop in Saskatchewan.
There is a growth in violent crimes committed by people with behavioral problems that require psychiatric help. For example, knives, and there's no control being exercised on them. Is there anything that we could do to control them, and to what extent do knives and similar weapons, how much concern do you have about them?
Mental health issues need to be addressed, and we need to provide people with supports. But it's a myth that people with mental illness are necessarily violent. In fact, people with mental illness are often the victims of violent crime rather than the perpetrator. I can tell you as a trauma surgeon, the case fatality rate for a stab wound is much, 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 much less than for a gunshot wound. These are intended, guns are in fact intended to kill and maim people. That's why we equip our armies with them. Knives are much less injurious.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Dagenet, we now go to Senator Kuchar, to be followed by Senators Boisvenu, O, Deakin, Ontario, Carignan, Cardozo, and Youssef. Senator Kuchar.
Thank you very much. I have two questions, one for Dr. Ahmed and one for Dr. Drummond. Dr. Ahmed, soon after the Danforth shooting, you and a group of your colleagues put forward statements about a need for interventions to decrease firearm violence and that firearm violence should be addressed as a public health issue. Because of these statements, you were targeted with a Stay in Your Lane Doctor campaign, similar to the NRA actions against the American College of Physicians after it framed gun violence as a public health issue. Do you think that Bill C21 should be framed in terms of gun violence being a public health issue? And would you tell us a bit about where those threats against you originated and what impact those threats had on you and your colleagues?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Indeed, most scientific communities, medical communities, public health researchers in this area, in fact, support the notion that gun violence is a public health issue. The gun is the vector, the bullet is the vector, and in any disease, in any disease state where we look at it from a public health perspective, the decreasing exposure to the vector, which is the gun or the bullet in this case, reduces the harm and disease from that vector, if you think about it from a bacterial or virus perspective. And and jurisdictions where they have applied this lens have been very successful in reducing harm, injury, and death from guns. You are right to point out that, in fact, when we started our work, and it wasn't just me, many physicians across the country and healthcare professionals thought it was time for Canada to address this issue seriously. The Canadian Coalition for Firearm Rights orchestrated a campaign with the CPSO, which is the regulating body in Ontario, which licenses physicians, to have my medical license revoked on the basis that my advocacy to reduce harm and injury for patients and communities was somehow unprofessional. In fact, advocacy is a core competency for physicians and something that we are tested and trained in our training. If you think about smoking, anti-smoking campaigns and seatbelt laws and asbestos laws, many of those campaigns, all those campaigns, in fact, were taken up by physicians who saw the harms of these things at the coalface in our emergency departments and our hospitals. So that was not an easy time. I must say the whole medical profession did stand up and support our efforts. So I had lots of support and lots of ordinary Canadians as well. And all of those complaints against the CPSO, 70 of them lodged by people who I'd never met or treated, were dismissed as moot and frivolous.
Thank you for that. Dr. Drummond, you've co-authored a paper looking at the CAEP position paper, looking at the impact of gun registry on decreasing firearms-related suicide. Do you think that as a public health measure, decreasing access to firearms is a factor in reducing firearms-related suicides? And since about 75% of all firearm-related deaths in Canada are suicides, do you think that Bill C21 will be likely to decrease the number of firearm-related suicides in Canada?
Well, thanks for the question. So, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. Internationally, the literature has been strong over the last 30 years in terms of the impact of access to firearms in terms of completion of suicide. There have been studies done in various military settings such as Switzerland, Israel, where there was a reduction in the number of firearms being taken home by soldiers on the weekend, consequently a reduction in suicide deaths. So yeah, it is indeed a fairly important and significant factor in terms of access to firearms leading to increased risks of fatal suicide. So clearly, this is a public health measure in terms of suicide prevention. I think that this bill, in its construct, will be helpful. There could be improvements in terms of making sure that the web of those who can report an individual at risk could be increased to include all kinds of healthcare workers, social workers, educators. This is not the first rodeo for red flag laws in Canada. Quebec, following the Dawson College shooting, introduced Anastasia's law, which basically allows physicians and other health professionals to report an individual at risk. The lesson from Anastasia's law is that we need to make sure that the public police forces are fully aware of the components of those bills and know how to access the service.
Dr. Drummond,
Part of the problem is going.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have to move on. Thank you very, very much. Senator Boisvenu, we go to you next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I have a first question for Dr. Ahmed. I'm not sure if I understood you earlier. Did you state that firearms are made to kill?
Intended to harm and maim and injure people. Handguns, as an example, semi-automatic, with reloadable magazines and semi-automatic rifles, generally can generally cause a lot of injury and harm to patients and can kill with minimal effort. Certainly, there are other kinds of weapons.
Je comprends. Si on regarde.
Yes, well, if we look at the statistics in Quebec 2023, many people with mental illness killed other people using a car, let's say a truck. Am I in a position to state that cars and trucks are conceived and created to kill people with?
I'm not sure that's a relevant comparison.
Mais pourquoi vous faites l'extension?
Then why are you, stating that firearms that are usually used by hunters for sports purposes, by sports shooters, why are you making this link, but I can't, when last year in Quebec and Gaspésie and Montreal, people were killed by someone who ran into them with a vehicle. Why can't I just make the same assumption as you? Scientifically speaking, is there any evidence of what you stated?
There's irrefutable scientific evidence for the testimony that I've given today. The scientific evidence is, and public health researchers and physicians who work in this area, the consensus very much is that decreasing the proliferation of firearms makes our community safer. I have two goals here today: to save lives and to prevent Canadians from being injured with firearms.
Mais comment vous allez faire pour contrôler?
But how will you go about controlling for the firearms that are being illegally brought into Canada, that people in gangs, for example, get hold of very easily in the streets? In Montreal, for example, we know that it takes 20 minutes to find an illegal weapon in the streets, just going from one gang member to another. People have tested this, and the minister has said that this will have little effect, this bill, on gang violence. So how can we say that this bill will reduce gang violence, criminality?
I would reiterate that although there are smuggled firearms that come into Canada, and we absolutely must address that, there are also domestically sourced firearms that are used in crime. Not to mention, the majority of firearms used in suicide and femicide are legal guns. I believe that it was at these series of hearings, the RCMP Acting Commissioner Mark Flynn, I will repeat myself, testified last week. If you look at the firearms we've traced through our tracing efforts, 69% of those firearms were deemed to have been legally imported or manufactured in Canada, and that legal firearms that are in Canada are likely contributing to the pool of firearms that are being used in gang-related and organized crime homicides. So it's not one thing. Of course, it's everything, and ignoring legal weapons in Canada that are used in crime, such as the one that was used on the Danforth mass shooting, would be a grave error.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boisvenu and Dr. Ahmed. We now move to Senator Deakin, Ontario.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here this afternoon. Very important testimony, and with the focus that we have today. I would open this question up, and I would certainly love to hear from you also, Dr. Saunders over here. Don't want to leave you out. And my question is coming back to something that was touched on earlier, and that is where we continue to hear in Canada that suicide accounts for about 75% of our gun deaths. And a gun in a home, regardless of where it comes from, increases adolescent suicide rates by 3-fold to 4-fold. Now, this legislation isn't banning firearms entirely, and many Canadian homes still have guns within them. But I'm hoping I can zero in from your perspectives on why you think this legislation will assist in lowering these terrible incidents. For instance, for one example, does the presence of a handgun increase this possibility than if an individual has access to what might have been a traditional hunting rifle? And you folks are seeing the specifics, so I'd love to hear from you.
So both a handgun or a long gun, a rifle in the home increase the risk of suicide, in particular in adolescents with mental illness. And so the Canadian Pediatric Society strongly recommends that physicians or healthcare providers counsel removal of any type of firearm from the home where teens are living who are at risk for mental illness. So whether it's a handgun or a rifle, it doesn't matter. In terms of, the reductions in suicide over time, and will this bill, improve that? When I have a patient on the wards at the hospital who has a suicide attempt and it's non-fatal, that's an opportunity for us to fight for that child, to fight for that teen to survive. If they die before they get to the hospital because they've died by a firearm, by just one firearm, however they got it, we don't have that opportunity. So removing the firearms from the home, even if it's just for one kid, saves that one child's life.
I'm just going to come back to you also because of something you said in the opener. My background, lots of lockdowns, lots of intruder drills, lots of real weapons, lots of fake weapons, lots of trauma. And we always wondered over time, the work you're doing, when these young people, not those that maybe are coming in with a weapon or attempt to take their life, but the trauma of these events on others. Is there a data bank on what we see the biggest impact for those folks are that witness, that are shocked, that are already vulnerable, that are going into intruder drills or lockdowns?
So we know in Canada more broadly that mental illness is rising among children.
Yes.
Anxiety disorders are one of the largest increases that we've seen to our hospitals. What is contributing to that is multifactorial. But it's very hard to measure the specifics. Did the specific event contribute to this child's anxiety? But it is certainly not normal for a child to normalize hiding under a desk from the threat of a weapon. That is not a normal part of healthy child development. And it's increasingly becoming that. And so when my 5-year-old comes home after an active shooter drill, it's absurd. It's absurd.
Thank you. Am I out of time?
Just about, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Saunders. We now go to Senator O. Senator O.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Dr. Ahmed. I would like to ask you about government has a very limited amount of money. In the years already, money were becoming even tighter. Are you not concerned that wasting $750 million or more on a bill that wouldn't work is not going to be contribute to make our healthcare system even worse?
Thank you for the question. In fact, time and time again, we have learned in healthcare that an ounce of prevention is actually worth a pound of cure. The patients that I see in my hospital, they come clinging to life, often require many, many operations, hang between the balance between life and death in the ICU, attached to ventilators and life support, go back and forth in the ICU sometimes 10 and 12 times during their hospitalization. Then they once they leave hospital, they have to go to rehabilitation. Some of them never go back to work. Some of them never go back to school. These are young people in the prime of their lives. So in fact, preventing this will be very, very cost effective. We are spending millions and billions of dollars. I did cite that one study from BC, which showed that that province alone is spending $300 million treating firearm injuries. The U.S. is spending 0.5% of its GDP, its massive GDP, to treat this problem because they have not tackled firearm injuries and gun control in a responsible way.
Dr. Ahmed, in your experience in the emergency, what is the average percentage compared to a normal emergency than a gunshot wound?
I work at a trauma center, in an urban city, Toronto, and we're a trauma center. So we receive many of these patients, and we receive two
How many?
or three.
Do you have any statistics?
I can tell you my experience is we treat 2 or 3 or 4 of these patients a week, which is 2 or 3 or 4 too many. And the majority of patients who attempt suicide, by again, 90% of them will die, so they don't come to us. They go to the morgue. The children that were killed in suicide did not.
When you say 3 or 4, is the 3 or 4 average every week? 3 or 4 is the government statistics?
No, I don't know. I'm telling you my experience. You asked me about my experience.
Yeah.
I'm telling you my experience.
But you're only working on one location.
I work at St. Michael's Hospital, that's right. We're one
Yeah.
of 2 trauma centers in the city. I can tell you the experience in all the urban trauma centers in the country is the same.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. We are a pretty tight-knit community. We talk to each other pretty regularly. Montreal, Vancouver.
Can we get those figures from the government?
I don't know if the government is collecting these data, sir. You asked me about my experience. I'm telling you my experience.
Who collects the data?
So I think, Senator, you asked me about my experience, so I answered with my
I'm
experience.
asking you, scientific figures, that you told us that, emergency that you think you said a gunshot wound was one of the major, so just want to follow up on that.
I can tell you the rates are increasing. The injuries are getting more severe. There's more and more victims per incident. I can tell you we treat 2 to 4
could it be
gunshot.
more on gang violence?
I'm not a member of the criminal justice system. I am a surgeon that treats patients.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very
You're
much.
welcome.
We now move to Senator Carignan, to be followed by Senators Cardozo, Youssef and Beam. Senator Carignan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. My question is especially for Dr. Drummond. You mentioned a link between the possession of firearms and suicide, seeming to say that suicide rates are higher if you have access to a firearm. I'm looking at the Justice Canada website. There seems to be a section here saying link between overall availability of firearms and suicide, and a number of authors are quoted here. Various studies carried out in a number of countries, and that's not the conclusion reached. They say the big issue as to whether more availability of firearms is likely to make it easier for people to succeed in suicide, they say that so far the facts are contradictory and inconclusive overall. They don't seem to be saying that where firearms are available, suicide rates are higher. This is on the Justice Canada website right here. So, do we have any statistics about suicide comparing people who don't own weapons? Is it higher or lower than among those who do have the weapons? You've mentioned Israel, and now we are talking about a subgroup, and it's all about the method of suicide. But among people in general, comparing those who own weapons and those who don't, is it a similar suicide rate?
Long question. So I'm going to try and give you a very brief answer, which is I think Justice Canada is probably not the best resource in terms of trying to determine what's actually happening in Canada. A lot of the information is backdated. You'll see people being quoted from studies from 1990s and in the year 2000. And I think what you need really to look at is the international literature. Those published in well-resourced international journals should give you that information. I'm very confident to tell you, Senator, that the reality is that access to a firearm in a home is going to increase the suicide rate, and that is true internationally, regardless of what you're gleaning from Justice Canada.
Nous envoyer ça, on pourra aider.
Could you send that we could help Justice Canada update their site?
Well, I think far more important, to be honest with you, and I think we've been pretty clear, is that it's really difficult to, make in Canada a solution when we're using international studies exclusively. And one of the things we've been asking for a number of years now is a totally funded Canadian research base in terms of firearm injury, so that we would have made in Canada research, made in Quebec research that would help guide public policy in a more rational way.
No, je suis d'accord.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Une autre question?
Another question, Dr. Saunders. You've spoken of children as a specific population of those coming in wounded by firearms, and of course this is very concerning. When you receive people, children in this case, are you able to see what percentage have been wounded by legally owned firearms compared to those that were illegal, or do you just have general statistics of people who have been either killed or maimed with a firearm?
So the data we have available to us in Ontario are the injury, the mechanism of injury. So we know it's a bullet. We have reports that it may be a handgun, a rifle, a BB gun. We don't know. It's whatever is reported to us and in the health record. But at the hospital, we don't actually collect the weapon. We don't know if it's a legally sourced weapon or not. And in fact, in most injuries, we never even know what the weapon was. And so to be able to say a certain percentage are legally sourced or illegally sourced, we don't have those data. And it's a real data gap that we need to do better on as Canadians.
Merci.
Thank you.
We have 4 senators with questions. Senators Cardozo, Youssef, Beam and Daska. We have only 3 minutes, I'm afraid, at this point per question, so we have to tighten it up. Senator Cardozo, over to you.
I thought I could see that coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair, all the same. I want to thank our witnesses very much for your presentations, and especially Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Saunders. Thank you for bringing to us the professionalism that you perform every day in your jobs in saving lives and saving children's lives, and the passion with which you do it. Really appreciate you taking time from your busy schedules in jobs which I'm sure are awfully traumatic day by every single day, and we thank you for doing that. I'd like to ask you about one question, and if there's time, all 3 of you, but first let's start with Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Saunders. A couple of witnesses last week said the red flag laws were not good because they could target racialized people and Indigenous people who would be anonymously complained about. I wonder if you could talk about that suggestion. Dr. Ahmed first and Dr. Saunders.
I'll be brief. So the evidence from various jurisdictions, including the U.S., suggests that on a population level, rates of suicide, mass shootings, and intimate partner violence can be reduced. Certainly, we would have to guard against that, and what is needed is a system that allows for confidential, rapid access for people. New York State, for example, has a system where one can go online, and within 24 hours, a court officer can issue an order to the police to have those firearms removed. On balance, this is thought to be protective for the community and protective for women and children and the community at large.
Thank you. Dr. Saunders?
So I think in terms of when you have somebody in front of you and there's perhaps a vexatious complaint you're concerned about, I think that vexatious complaint doesn't carry the same weight as the actual threat and injury or death that might happen to a woman or a child, independent of race. And so I think over time as this bill, if passed and implemented, we have to monitor who it's being used in and when are there vexatious complaints. But at the end of the day, if you are protecting a child or a woman with the threat of violence, that trumps everything.
Dr. Drummond, do you have quick
Yeah,
comment?
if I may, just very quickly, looking at the Colorado experience, which is a relatively new, of the first 109 ERPOs issued, there was only a 4% vexatious rate. So it's felt to be basically, if you talk to the American researchers, and I have across the US, that sort of is a bit of a canard that is often used by the pro-gun lobby to try and dissuade people from enacting ERPOs.
Thank you very much for keeping this tight. Senator Youssef.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for all you do on the front lines, of course, to help Canadians on a day-to-day basis. I can't say enough about your work, and thank you for taking the time to be here today. So let me, a quick question to Dr. Ahmed in regard to, of course, being on the front line and seeing the kind of course, injuries that you're dealing with, of course, in the trauma center, especially in Toronto. So I'll ask you to talk about Toronto. Is gun violence more prevalent on a day-to-day basis that you're seeing, and is it more frequent in the last while in regard to what you're observing on a regular basis in the city?
Sadly, I'm afraid to answer the question is yes, we're seeing more and more of this, and we're seeing, you know, when I was training, we used to have to go to the U.S. to get experience to treat gunshot injuries. Our Canadian trainees no longer have to go, whether they're specializing in emergency medicine or trauma surgery or neurosurgery or critical care. Sadly, our urban academic centers provide enough experience with firearm injuries that our trainees become expert. So over time, we are seeing an increase and a rise in the number of patients, number of patients per incident, a change in the caliber of these bullets, and increasingly, we're seeing these incidents happen during the daytime in broad daylight. So sadly, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. This was not an issue or a problem that we saw in our clinical work. I assure you we would not be here.
Dr. Saunders, in regard to, obviously, as a parent, I am, of course, constantly troubled and worried about the challenges we're seeing with teen violence in this country, and maybe specifically around gun violence that affect teens in this country. Based on your knowledge and your expertise and the work you're doing in regard to teen violence, is guns the leading, I guess, cause of some of the trauma you're seeing with teen violence in our hospitals that I know you're treating?
So in terms of overall violence, guns are not the leading cause. I think there's the threat of violence, which may not necessarily show up in the emerge, stabbings, assault in other forms. It's not the leading cause, but it is certainly an important cause. And in terms of what we do about it, I think it's multifactorial, but and we do need to get to the root of the issue. But you know, if we can remove the number of circulating guns, reduce the accessibility, that can help. And I think if we can support those once they have been injured by gun violence, so that we don't see the ripple effects, then that can improve things as we move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Drummond. Senator Beam.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll try to be brief. Dr. Saunders, thank you for being with us. I'd like to thank the other witnesses as well. In your opening statement, you were very compelling about the things that you have seen as a pediatrician in dealing with gunshot wounds, horrific injuries. You added later about lockdown drills and active shooter drills in schools, and my children have faced that as well, particularly when we lived in the United States and I was working there. There's a lot of misinformation, disinformation that's out there. We have received much mail from people across the country concerned about losing their rights as sports shooters and the like. So my question is very simple. How can hearts and minds be changed? You're on the front line. You see this. Do you have any suggestions?
how do we change hearts and minds? It's
On both sides.
Yeah.
If that's
I mean, I think as a pediatrician, I think we have to think about, our own kids, our communities, and what it means to have healthy child development. Hunting and shooting at a range is for fun, but safety, personal safety, community safety, it's the top thing needed for, it's the base of the pyramid for child development and well-being. So I don't have the answer for how we change hearts and minds, but if that's not enough, I don't know what is.
Well, the well-being of children who go through these drills constantly, of course, is a concern. And when I was a child, we had to get under the desks for drills about a nuclear attack. Shows how old I am. But we didn't have to worry about gun-type drills. But our children do, and their children will as well.
Yes, it's increasing. It's something that I never thought we'd have to even think about, but it happens all the time. Whether it's an active shooter or an active shooter drill, sadly, it happens all the time.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final question goes to Senator Daska.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much to our witnesses. Two of you, Dr. Saunders and Dr. Ahmed, work in my city, and I am so grateful for the work you do. Both hospitals not far from where I live, and I'm just so grateful. Now, earlier, Dr. Ahmed said that she reminded us that you were physicians and not legislators. But I do want to ask you just one thing about C21. There is a gap in the legislation around assault-style weapons. There's a whole, I think about 1,500 have been prohibited. And then in the future, the new ones are to be prohibited, but there is a gap by which there are a number of assault-style weapons that are not being dealt with in this bill directly. Now, I don't know whether you've taken any position on this or not, so I just wanted to ask you if you had anything in particular to say about that aspect of the bill, or would you just kind of say this is good, let's pass it as it is.
Is that question for me?
Both, either any of the panelists.
So I'm not
any of the witnesses.
I'm not a technical expert by any means. I think there's some principles that go into whatever guns are prohibited or limited. If they can kill a lot of people fast, are easily accessible. Those are the principles, right? And so whatever goes behind some of the technicalities of that, I'll leave that to the technical experts, but those are the principles that I think we need to consider.
Any other comments?
I would
sorry.
Yes, sorry to talk over you. I'd just like to add, I'm not there so I can't see the body language, that I believe that C21 includes a definition, which is very, very important, and an evergreening mechanism to ensure that new models that are slightly changed don't come successfully to market. And I think you're referring potentially to the GAP guns, some 350 GAP guns, which I think should be very carefully considered and measured against a definition of exactly what Dr. Saunders is referring to, weapons and guns that can kill a lot of people very rapidly. So I would urge the senators to assure that the definition of what a assault-style rifle is be very carefully considered in this legislation.
And as for an emergency medicine perspective, we've always taken a position that it's really a societal issue, not so much a medical. As a Canadian society, are we going to be more permissive in our approach to guns in society, or are we going to be more restrictive? So that really falls down on the Canadian legislators and the lawmakers to decide what kind of Canada they want for their children.
Thank you, and that's exactly what C21 is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dasko. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of our panel. Dr. Saunders, Dr. Drummond, Dr. Ahmed, thanks so much for sharing your extensive experience with us today. We are grateful to you. You have brought great gravity to this room. I can tell you Dr. Saunders feels it. I'm sure that you do as well. While we're here, I'll join up with other colleagues in saying thank you for the work that you do every day, and I suspect on some nights and weekends to save lives and to help protect children and adults affected by these matters. It's greatly appreciated, and I say that on behalf of this committee, on behalf of the Senate of Canada, and on behalf of Canadians across the country. So thank you very, very much. Colleagues, we'll now suspend for a short health break, and we will return in 10 minutes at 5:05. Thank you. Colleagues, we'll now continue with our third panel of the meeting. For those tuning in, today we're examining Bill C21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all in relation to the regulation of firearms. We have the pleasure of welcoming by video conference on behalf of the One by One movement, Marcel Wilson, founder and president, and Francis Langlois, researcher, Observatory of the United States, Raoul Dandurand Chair, Université du Québec à Montréal. Thank you for joining us today. I invite you to provide your opening remarks, to be followed by questions from our members, and I remind you that you each have 5 minutes for your testimony. We begin today with Mr. Marcel Wilson. Mr. Wilson, please proceed whenever you're ready.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Marcel Wilson, founder of the One by One Movement, Inc. I am a subject matter expert on gang culture, theory. Also, I was recently deemed the expert on gender diversity and inclusion by the Center for Gender Diversity and Inclusion Statistics at StatsCan's CGDIS. And as many of you know, I am a former gang member and former international crime figure. Most of my expertise is rooted in lived experience. I would like to thank the Senate of Canada for the invitation and for again allowing us the opportunity to come here and represent a majority demographic that is affected by gun violence in Toronto. We work directly, boots on the ground, in some of the communities most affected. We continuously work directly with people and families who were victims and with some who were perpetrators of this violence. Our data at OBOM is sourced directly from this pool, which is historically difficult to research and obtain accurate data from. This is due to several reasons. Some examples: most of the people we serve have a lack of trust in government and are fearful of speaking out due to possible consequences and repercussion from government and or the streets. This makes it particularly difficult for academia and government bodies to collect accurate and robust data from a demographic on this subject that could possibly or potentially redirect the efforts of our government's current plan for combating this problem. We all know that gun violence is a prevalent threat to many Canadians, but especially to individuals in marginalized communities across the country. You now know that most of the guns used in violent crimes, homicides, throughout the communities we represent are illegally sourced firearms. I've said it many times, and I will continue to say it, that even one loss of life or injury to senseless gun violence is an absolute travesty. And to effectively combat this problem, we need to focus the majority of our efforts and resources on prevention and root causes. The methods and outcomes of violence is important to address, but should be secondary to root causes and their risk factors. Prevention doesn't only mean addressing root causes. It also means preventing illegal guns from entering the country, judicial punishment coupled with strong reformational efforts, investing in an underfunded mental health care system, to name a few. I do understand that some of these concerns have been addressed through amendments in Bill C21, such as the Building Safer Communities funding, the promise to strengthen our border efforts, and others. But if we are talking about the premise of this bill is to prevent gun violence, then these amendments, or add-ons if you will, should be the focal points of a gun violence prevention bill. Sadly enough, people are killed by legal firearms in Canada. This does happen. But I think any expert or rational person can agree that when speaking about gun violence in Canada, this represents a minority. How is it that on such a major issue, the minority has the loudest voice? How is it possible that the majority, their representatives, and experts advocating for them can feel so unheard? I was researching the Government of Canada website about Bill C21, and I read something that concerned me, and I quote, Bill C21 proposes to strengthen rules to prevent gun violence in our communities by placing responsible restrictions on some firearms used in Canada. I wish that this statement were true, to prevent gun violence in our communities, because if it was, I would absolutely support it. But this claim gives false hope to Canadians who don't know any better and should be a catastrophic letdown to those who do. What I am asking from the government on behalf of the Canadians and communities we represent is to simply say it like it is. This bill is to remove legal firearms from legal firearm owners, not to prevent violence or make our country significantly safer. Please stop exploiting people who have already been through enough for a political agenda. We know better, we want better, and we deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Next, we will hear from Mr. Francis Langlois. Mr. Langlois, please proceed when you're ready.
Oui, je remercie
Thank you. I'd like to thank the committee members for having invited me to speak here today. I thank you for the time you're giving me here. I've studied firearms for over a decade. I've studied their technical features, industrial development, their manufacture, marketing, and above all, their regulation. I also study various cultures surrounding firearms, as well as causes of and solutions to armed violence. In recent years, I've spoken at length about these topics to the media and to government bodies and elected officials, people working within the legal system as well. Finally, I've published on right-wing extremism in the United States. So simply speaking, firearms are devices, tools designed to kill. A firearm doesn't make a person violent. However, it facilitates violence. It makes violence more effective, whether it's in the service of, as Mr. Wilson pointed out, legally hunting, waging a war, or committing a crime. And this is something that affects all communities across Canada, especially those who are in more difficult conditions. Because of this, the possession, use, manufacture, and storage of firearms must be regulated by law. In principle, C21, despite its shortcomings, is part of this effort to regulate firearms. The legal firearms, yes, legally sourced, although, of course, it does address the proliferation of ghost weapons and provides for tougher penalties for the illegal use of firearms. As Mr. Wilson said, indeed here the effort is to withdraw from circulation weapons that are legally owned by Canadians, especially handguns and military-style assault weapons, using the government's term for it. Despite the fact that I am fully aware that these two measures will have only a slight effect on the violence now affecting the large urban centres of Canada, I do support it inasmuch as the aim is to reduce the risk of future mass shootings. We saw one last week in the United States. Canada is not immune to these types of shootings, and semi-automatic weapons are very popular with mass murderers. That said, the bill has a number of shortcomings. Its definition of military-style assault weapons is incomplete. The costing of the bill program seems to cover a buyback, the assault weapons buyback, but doesn't seem to be very specific about the handling, the safe handling, the storage, and eventually the destruction of these weapons. I haven't seen any costing of these aspects of a program. Nor do we know exactly how many banned weapons are currently in Canada, such that it's very difficult to give any sort of precise costing. Let me conclude by suggesting that legislation such as this will not resolve all the safety issues associated with firearms. We also need to ensure that there are means. As Mr. Wilson has said, prevention is a key element. Reinvesting in communities that are affected by this type of violence, go for the root causes that Mr. Wilson mentioned. Australia, New Zealand, and England have managed to pretty much eliminate shootings by eliminating, getting rid of assault weapons. It seems to have worked, it seems, but that said, these countries are not neighbors of the United States, where there's an enormous sourcing of weapons, and they're not as exposed to smuggling as Canada is. Finally, mass shootings are high-intensity, low-frequency events. High-intensity, low-frequency events. So lessening the risks of their occurrence will not have a marked effect on the current homicide rates in Canada, at least weapons-related homicide rates in Canada. So we need to, remain realistic. And I agree with Mr. Wilson that prevention is the key here. That said, I'm confident that the risk of future mass shootings will be reduced by this bill.
We will now proceed to questions. Colleagues, this panel will conclude at 6 p.m. As with the previous panel, I will limit each question, including the answer, to 4 minutes, and will hold up this card to indicate that 30 seconds remains in your time. Please keep your questions succinct and identify the person that you are addressing the question to. I start, as usual, by offering the first question to our Deputy Chair, Senator Dagenet.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. My question will be for Mr. Langlois. Mr. Langlois, I would like to hear you on ghost weapons, which can be printed in 3D. Many amendments have been applied to C21 to better control the marketing of these weapons that seem pretty easy to make with printing and components easily available, easily found on the market. So what can we control? What will slip through our fingers? And should we worry about ghost weapons, or is this just a sideline so far? Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, it's an issue that's becoming more serious around the world, but specifically in North America, we're seeing more and more of these ghost weapons, many models, and semi-automatic versions of them able to shoot many bullets in a short period of time. And of course, they're preferred by criminals because they can't be traced. You can simply take apart the polymers that were used to print them, and the objects themselves, even if you find the printers, it's pretty much impossible to trace them to anyone or to trace the weapons built from them. What I said earlier is that we need a better definition of what a weapon is, to include all the parts, the grip, the cannon, the magazine, so that we can see who's importing such firearm parts in great number. Because right now, by legislation in the United States, for example, yes, it's covered, but here the parts aren't held to be weapons per se, but we need to better cover the firearm parts, as many German countries, many European countries do, such as Germany, where it's much more difficult to create or to acquire a printed firearm or ghost firearms thanks to this intervention. Right now, it's more difficult to get the IT or the parts required to print and mount these firearms. The criminals prefer the parts that are partly plastic, partly polymers, and so on, metal and plastic. If both these components are used, then you get something that's pretty much as effective as a traditional firearm. They will remain pretty much available unless the federal government is able to control the internet somewhat as Big Brother would do, and Big Brother style control. I don't think we will completely get rid of these ghost weapons, but something could be included in C21 to step up the fight against them. To what extent has the current government correctly identified semiotic weapons, war weapons, it says, and are we able to really see what sort of profile the citizens who buy these are, what type of citizens buy these? Well, for amateurs, there are a lot of people who like to collect these firearms for sports shooter purposes, for competitions, amateurs of new technology, for example. These are precision weapons, and they can be interesting to study, to own, I suppose. The problem is that some of these weapons are partially prohibited, restricted access, but many of them, at least until recently, were not in any way covered by any restriction. So quite a few of them are in Canada. It's problematic. Some were sold, to who, how many people have them now. It's difficult to trace, and that still remains a big headache for all levels of authority, police, government.
To move on, we next go to Senator Coucher, who will be followed by Senators Cardozo, Boisvenu, Deakin, Ontario, Senator Plett, and Senator Youssef. Senator Coucher.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you both for taking the time out of your busy days to be here with us. My question is to Mr. Langlois. In your House of Commons testimony, you stated that in Canada we are hearing, quote, something very similar to the rhetoric being bandied about in the United States. Proponents of the right to own and use firearms sometimes spout arguments taken directly from organizations such as the National Rifle Association, end quote. I'm sure that you are aware that in 1993, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that Canadians have no constitutional right to bear arms, and owning firearms is a privilege. Yet much of the correspondence on Bill 21 that I have received seems to be disinformed, thinking that firearms ownership is a right in Canada. Can you share with us some of the U.S.-style disinformation about guns and gun violence that you are seeing promoted here in Canada that you referred to in your House of Commons testimony? And is there anything you would add to the bill to help mitigate the impact of this imported rhetoric?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Yes, I remember saying that. And last week, I was reading on Facebook groups and on X this kind of rhetoric coming right from the United States, where people were saying basically that if we don't have firearms at home, what can we do to defend ourselves? This is not a right guaranteed by the Constitution to have a gun at home to defend the home. Also, how firearms are related to freedom, how they are related to a lifestyle that involves firearms. This is all coming from the United States, and many people are saying that this is a right guaranteed by the Bill of Rights. You know, the Bill of Rights that was signed in 1689, if I don't make a mistake, because it was in that Bill of Rights at some point, but it was very well written even at that point that the king could not disarm his Protestant subjects, not the whole population. So anyway, it was removed here in Canada from the Bill of Rights, even in the United Kingdom. But I think it will be very difficult to stop this rhetoric from crossing the border. I have a few American, I receive every month Guns and Ammos here. It's an American, mainstream gun magazine from the United States. And a lot of people are subscribing to that kind of publication here, and they read the argumentation of the people who are writing for those magazines, and you can see it online and everywhere. And I don't think it's a good idea to try to forbid that kind of publication here in Canada. But what I think is that the government should be clear and explain how the law works and what the Supreme Court and other in the jurisprudence, how it works here in Canada and how different it is from the United States. I think that would be key for a better understanding of the gun control debate here in Canada.
Thank you for that. And in terms of your own research, are there any organizations that you've seen in Canada who promote these kind of American rhetorics based on American perspectives as opposed to being clear about what the Canadian law states?
A 10-second answer, please.
Well, I think some members of the National Firearm Association and Tous contre le registre des armes à feu and other groups like that are repeating what is said in the United States. I don't think they publish it officially, but I would say that that's how I see it and how I read it in line.
Thank you very much. Senator Cardozo is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. My questions will be to both witnesses. You have mentioned this bill and measures in it that do address the root causes. I'd like to know what you think. What's most important for us to do? Let's begin with Professor Langlois. Thank you for the question, Honourable Senator. I think that our fight against poverty is one good solution to really go at root causes of urban violence, offering alternatives to young people, something besides violence, criminality, and to revitalize local communities with programming that uses people working in the streets, street workers, social workers, local culture, of course, some representation of police officers. You do need some repression and control if necessary, but otherwise to make full use of approaches that have succeeded. Of course, COVID was a bad period, but in New York, Boston, and Philadelphia, there was a good deal of investment in communities, meeting and working with local leaders, greening whole neighborhoods in order to ensure that young people did have alternatives and had somewhere to turn to other than crime. And we could see the results when resources were withdrawn, because that is what happened. You know, street workers and so on were not out there during COVID. And these protective factors, which provided a framework helping young people to avoid violence, were no longer there, and we saw the results. So I think that's where the money should go.
Root causes beyond this bill?
Yes, my answer echoes the professor's, where I believe starting with tackling the issues like poverty, dealing with mental health issues in our communities, there's definitely not enough resources. There tends to be a broken chain. A lot of the times we hear about a multi-pronged or multifocal approach, which could work and in most cases should work. But what we're seeing on the ground level is a lack of communication between agencies and bureaucracies and government bodies, where there's a quote one of my old mentors used to say, is that we're not underserved, we're poorly served. So we need to fill those gaps. Second of all, from my lived experience as a former criminal, definitely filling the gaps at the border, investing more there, and stopping the flow into the communities. But most of all is dealing with the culture of violence that we're seeing.
And it should be done on the long term, not for 1 or 2 years. I think it's like 5, 10 sustainability. That's it. So 5, 10 years, I don't know, but very much longer than it's done right now.
Okay, thank you. And Professor Langlois, just briefly, your thoughts on the red flag clauses. There were suggestions that they would affect minorities and Indigenous people more than others. Any thoughts about the red flag issue?
I must admit I'm not an expert on that very peculiar topic, but one thing is sure, it must be it must be done very precisely, not to. I'm sorry, I have a blank, but it should be done in a way that nobody's right is attacked. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Senator Boisvenu.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Alors,
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions, one for each of the witnesses, and I thank them for being here. The first is for Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, recently I met with a group of young people in Montreal. Many of them are often indirectly in contact with members of youth group gangs. And what I was told was that underfunding the street workers, the street social workers, people who are working with youth, 14 to 18-year-olds, is an issue. And of course, that's what street gangs go for, 14 to 18-year-olds. And yet we're about to invest millions of dollars in taking away firearms. So isn't there a contradiction? It may not have much of an effect on criminality, this C21, but we've got these groups able to work with youth in most of our large cities, and they're underfunded. And we knowing that many of the people they could help are now going to be fodder for the gangs. Isn't there a lack of consistency here?
Yes, thank you for your question, Senator. Yes, I would have to 100% agree. We currently work with a lot of young people, and that was sort of where I was trying to go with my opening talk. There is that I feel that a lot of our young voices, a lot of the people who can play a major role in combating this issue's voices are just not being heard, and they're not being taken into account. And if the data was corrected or collected properly, coming from young people like this, coming from people who are living in marginalized communities, coming from people who are most affected by gun violence, it could help sway the government from spending this much money on an issue that will not affect those that are affected in the communities that we work in. So 100%, those young people are right.
Microphone, please.
excusez-moi, Monsieur Langlois.
I'm very sorry. Mr. Langlois, this question is for you. The Toronto Chief of Police stated that 86% of seized weapons from crime and elsewhere were from the United States. In this bill, we have nothing, no strategy whatsoever to cover that. And when the Minister of Public Safety came to us, we asked what his strategy was to prevent the free entry of, pretty much free entry, or at least easy entry of these firearms into Canada from the United States. So I'm trying to understand why we're about to spend so much money to buy back these weapons to get them off the Canadian market, but you've got 86% of them coming in over the border with no strategy to put an end to this illegal entry. So my question is, isn't this contradictory, having a bill that would have us investing massively to buy back these illegal weapons while we're doing so little to prevent them coming in over the border? Thank you for the question, Honourable Senator. Yes, indeed. It does seem to be a pretty considerable weakness of the bill, unless there's another bill or another program that is being considered or being set up that I haven't heard about to cover the border issue. The figures you're quoting about Toronto are mostly about handguns found on crime scenes in Metropolitan Toronto, so about 86%, yes. Other police groups have said that it's 90% of weapons that are seized in large cities are handguns that come in from foreign sources, foreign sourced, mostly U.S. sourced, and yes, there is considerable arms traffic, weapons traffic at the border, which is very porous. Often they come in large number. In 2021, to the south of Dundee, a young man was arrested with 249 imitation club pistols. Around Stansted in 2011-2012, a group of amateur smugglers were caught with 6 or 7 pistols. They were exchanging them in a pack sack in the bathroom of a library in Stansted. There are so many ways to get them in, to smuggle them.
A little bit over time, and we have to proceed. Senator Deakin, Ontario, is next, followed by Senators Platt and Youssef. Senator Deakin.
Thank you, the Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for giving us a very important time and testimony today. My question initially, for sure, is to go to Mr. Wilson first. I've been intrigued by your testimony at the House. I have read it a few times. Without being too invasive on your life, as a group of senators, you have a pretty authentic background, and you've been on the street. So if it's appropriate, I'm going to ask this question in 2 parts. And from our learning perspective, what drew you into your gang life and existence, and what drew you out of it? That was my first question. And the second question, kind of, or second part, sort of a supplementary to what my colleague said. You kind of mentioned in your testimony this bill might even, in this conversation, the money around it, might even be a little bit of a distraction to the heart of the work that you're most concerned about, you've talked about today. And so I am wondering on this latter point, the government is looking at increasing the maximum penalties from 10 to 14 years imprisonment for firearms-related offenses, including firearms smuggling that was just referred to, and trafficking. As we review this, as we think about you and your background, which I hope you'll share a bit more, I'm wondering what more you think the government can do to address this bill that you think we may have missed some parts, in your opinion. So, Long.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. How I got in, what we do in One by One, we try to track a lot of the history of an individual. Our programs are tailored, specific to an individual, depending on their risk factors. My risk factors were definitely the neighborhood I grew up in. I grew up in Toronto community housing, right across the street from abundance of wealth that I could see every day. And it just seemed there was no real way out, watching my mother struggle, watching the people around me struggle. Unfortunately, the guys that I had to look up to were involved in criminal activity. And this culture that I referred to in my last statement, this culture of violence becomes a survival mechanism. It doesn't make a person good or bad per se. This will lend to my answer later about justice and incarceration. But it doesn't make people bad. I definitely wanted to survive. I actually got good grades. I did well in school, and I wanted a way out. Now, because people in this situation become, let's say they become really good at sniffing out this need for protection, this need for survival. And that's what happened in my case. I felt the need to feel protected, want to be protected, to earn, to elevate in life, and I got involved with the people around me. Unfortunately, I went both feet into that world, and a lot of bad things happened, a lot of trauma, a lot of things that I suffer from now. The way out was simply removing myself slowly from the things that were around me. I fell in love. I started to embrace components of mental health. I started to understand that it was okay to love, it was okay to show compassion, and that this made you human. And I used those opportunities to kind of take a step back. Now, what makes my story a little unique is that I asked permission. I spoke to the people around me and said, hey, I'm no threat. Is it possible that I can step down? And I was given this permission. I then used this to change my life. Now, as far as the the bill being sort of a waste of our time, specifically in the work we do. I mean, it is a distraction as far as we always want to deal with the reason why. Why does this young person want to pick up a gun and harm another person? What can we do to change the factors that lead to that sort of behavior? So if the government could focus more on that, invest more in that, we do see some finances circulating, but it's never sustainable, as it was pointed out earlier. A lot of the times, people have the right heart, the right sentiment, just not the right people running the programs. There are people that we need more people that look like us, that come from places we come from. And then one of the biggest holes that we're finding is a lack of proper oversight, a lack of evaluation on what methods are effective versus the ones that aren't. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very, very helpful. Senator Platt, you are next.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Wilson, then if I have time for Dr. Langlois. If I don't, then I'll go in a second round for that. First of all, Mr. Wilson, thank you for being here, and it's really good to hear your story and what you have done and what you have accomplished. This bill, as many government bills, and maybe with this government more than others, but many government bills, they paint so much with the same brush. And Bill C21 impacts the legal sale and purchase of all handguns, including reproductions of antiques. They are all captured with the same brush by this bill. Now, in your experience, is it fair to say that there is probably very little interest by gangs in antique guns? And is it fair to further say that it's unlikely that anyone will use a muzzle-loading pistol to commit a crime?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. I can attest from my lived experience, and I will say that I did operate at some of the higher levels here and internationally, and never once did I ever myself or anyone that I ever knew carry a legally sourced firearm. And that's for a number of reasons. You don't want your name attached to something that could be traced back to someone who by 6 degrees of separation can be traced back to you. So it doesn't make sense for a criminal to use a weapon that was legally sourced, let alone one that could misfire on you or be as old as a muzzle-loaded weapon. So, no, sir. That was not one of the ways that we resourced or used weapons, and I feel very confident and comfortable in saying that that would stay true to now.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wilson, you have also said that younger voices of people living in minority communities are not being heard. The government has claimed it has consulted widely before it drafted this bill. As a matter of fact, the minister in front of this committee a few days ago, last week, appeared and reiterated this. Are you aware of anyone within your community with which the government consulted before they introduced this bill?
Thank you for your question, sir. I would have to say no, not one. We serve currently over 300 families in the above-mentioned communities, and as I stated in my opening speech, most of the demographic that we serve would never speak to a police officer. They would never speak to a nurse. They would never speak openly to a doctor. They would never speak openly to anyone who comes with an authoritative title. What makes us effective at our work is that we're from these communities, we are born in these communities, we're trusted members of these communities. So a lot of the times what's happening in our communities are outside organizations, agencies are coming in with ideas and pushing this on the community members, which pushes them away even further. So this is what I meant by getting this kind of skewed data. I'm very confident that the government is not receiving the full body of data, the robust data that it could be.
Is there any time left?
No, I'm afraid
No?
not, but you're on for
the second round. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you very much. We complete this round with Senator Youssef.
Thank you, thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. My first question will go to Mr. Wilson. I think we would both agree that it will take a multitude of approaches to deal with violence, and specifically with gun violence in the community. And there are many things we have to do. Prevention, obviously, are an important part of that to deter young people from getting into the culture of gun violence and, of course, criminal activity. But equally, we also need effective laws in our country that people should know that should be a deterrent. You don't want to get yourself in trouble, because you would get yourself, a record, and it might damage your life for a long, long time. But equally, of course, in the context of doing that, we should also be looking at ways of how we can pass legislation to ensure that a broader impact of gun violence in all of our society is something we need to work hard to prevent at the end of the day. So I applaud you for the work you're doing in the community, and recognize that it's important work. If we are going to deter young people from, getting in a culture of violence, then we have to work hard to ensure we can influence them. Like you, I'm a person of color, so I know very much about the impact of racism and the systemic challenges that people have to overcome in that regard, and at the same time recognizing that sometimes some don't understand how this functions and how it actually may maim and challenge people. But I think in terms of the work you're doing, and in regard to this bill specifically, I mean, obviously this bill does not get to all of the aspect of how we can deter young people from getting into gun violence, but it's one part of the broader effort that we need to take on in how we're going to tackle that. But investment in the community over the long term, not just when it suits need, but over the long term, to ensure we can help a lot of our young people that may see gun violence as part of the future of their life. So would you agree that we have to take many different approaches, and not just one approach in regard to the work we have to do as how we prevent young people from getting into gun violence in this country?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. I absolutely agree that we have to take a multifocal approach to tackling this issue. Even more so, coordination amongst the different pillars that are trying to address the issue. And I mean, oversight. We see efforts being made in different countries and different cities on a micro level. And a lot of the times, even what we're seeing back at home is, again, a lack of communication, a lack of sharing data, I guess, political banter. While all this is going on, we're burying 12-year-olds. People are getting shot at the mall. And we kind of get lost in this analysis paralysis. So I do agree that a multi-pronged approach is the only way. But again, with an acute focus on prevention, as another speaker said, many people have said time and time again that prevention is much cheaper than intervention.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We now go to a second round. We've got Senator Platt and Senators Kuchar, and there would be room for one additional question if anybody's interested. But Senator Platt, over to you first.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Langlois, or Dr. Langlois, and I know you've already alluded to this, but I want to delve into this a little more. You mentioned that Canada is the problem. One of the problems is the gun violence in Canada is linked to our proximity to the United States. And we have witnessed testimony that over 90% of guns, for example, are smuggled guns. And yet there is almost nothing in this bill that in any way addresses smuggled guns. And Mr. Wilson, maybe you could also answer this at the end. would you not say that that is a major gap in this bill, that we're not addressing what seems to be the largest issue?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I think you're right. This is an interesting gap in this bill. The government already put more than 90 million on the border a few years ago, maybe 2 years ago, something like that. And also, the government contacted their American peers and decided to put in place a new committee to work on gun smuggling and, well, all types of smuggling, but especially gun smugglings. And the government gave money to the provinces. So Quebec, for example, received something like $250 million, I think, for Opération Centaure, in which the Quebec government developed a program to fight against smuggling. And in that area, they decided to work very closely with their American counterparts, especially the ATF. Although the ATF is very weak, it seems it works, and so there are more gun seizures. I'm not sure I'm using the right term here, but the police get more guns at the border. But even then, you're right. More money more resources should be put on the border, and it seems that our American friends are not as concerned by what is going north than what is coming south. So I think I agree with you. There is a problem in that bill at that level, but perhaps the government will put money somewhere else.
Well, I think it would be normal that the Americans would be more concerned about what's coming into the U.S. than what's leaving, and I think we would probably do the same thing if the roles were reversed. And you mentioned all the money that has been spent. You did correct yourself at least partially at the end and say more resources, and I support that, because it seems that we're pretty good at throwing money at issues that don't really get any results. Mr. Wilson, do you not also agree that is a huge gap in this, and we should spend more resources and time in filling that gap?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. I absolutely 100% agree, and that's from a lived experience point of view. That is from a working on the ground with these young people point of view. We conducted an experiment just a couple of years ago to see how quickly we could access an illegal firearm. This was with a media organization that wanted to run a story, and we were able to, through a bunch of teenagers, resource a weapon in under 2 hours. So, I mean, if we're going to decrease the gun violence in Canada, step one is dealing with the illegal weapons and how they're coming in, 100%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will finish this session with brief questions from Senators Kuchar and Youssef. We will have 3 minutes for the question and answer in each of these cases, and that will bring us comfortably to the break. Senator Kuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And along with my honorable senator friend across the aisle, I completely agree that we have to really deal with these illegal firearms that are being smuggled from the U.S. into Canada. We have to do much better. But I want to phrase the question a slightly different way. A recent Bloomberg report titled NRA-Style Politics Transformed Canada's Gun Culture and Shooting Rose by 869% stated, and I quote, "A third of guns used in Canadian crimes and then traced by authorities were legally imported from the U.S. Compared to other countries, Canada has the highest volume of U.S. semi-automatic firearm imports, and the market, as you know, is growing. Do you think that some of the U.S. disinformation rhetoric that you were discussing earlier is part of a strategy to grow the Canadian gun market? And would this bill potentially have an impact on decreasing the amount of legally imported firearms to Canada?
This is for me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I do think the NRA and the gun lobby in the United States are, without doing upon targeting the Canadian market and well, all markets, but they changed the marketing of their guns first in the 1980s and then at the beginning of the 2000s, where they decided very willingly to put on the market and push all those civilian versions of assault weapons, or military styles assault weapons, whatever you call them. But and that's not a coincidence that those weapons are very popular and on high demand right here in Canada, but everywhere in the Western world. The marketing is very, very efficient, and the rhetoric is very, very efficient for protection, but for fun and for some kind of manliness. And on that front, the young people who want the new guns coming from the United States, legally or illegally, are influenced by what they see on the internet and in advertising or in culture. So yes, perhaps the bill will have an effect on the availability of those weapons here in Canada. That's for sure, if there is a ban on assault rifles.
Thank you very much. Senator Youssef, and then there will be time for a
I'll
very
give
quick...
my spot to Donna.
Okay, so Senator Dasco, over to you then.
Thank you, Senator Youssef. Thank you to both witnesses for being here today. Sorry, Chair, I didn't raise my hand quickly enough on the first round. I guess my question mainly directed at Mr. Wilson, and I took note of your youth in Toronto, and very happy to see that you have turned your life around for you and for others. Now, my question, and I just wonder perhaps if your experience and data is focused on Toronto, which of course is good for many of us to understand. But I want to ask you a question about Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan is the province in 2020 and 21 that had the highest rates of gun homicide in the country. And Regina, the city, has had for years the highest rates of gun crime. The chief firearms officer who testified here last week said that the problem was not handguns. It was not imported handguns at all. It was guns being stolen, rifles being stolen from local gun owners in Saskatchewan. And these rifles were then sawed off, and he told us that this was the source in Saskatchewan of the gun crime. He was trying to deal with it in his ways. So I want to ask you about that, both witnesses, but let's start with Mr. Wilson. Is it possible that your perspective is based on one type of observation? What would you do about this situation in Saskatchewan?
Thank you so much for the question, Senator. So from my lived experience, one of the ways that my organization and others resourced weapons was by stealing them, which in turn turns them into illegal criminal weapons. So similar to Toronto, the culture is still very similar. The way a gang operates in Alberta is not much different than the way a gang operates in Ontario. So any way that you can resource these weapons illegally would be palatable to any organization that's either fighting a war or trying to make money. So again, the solution there would be very similar to what the solution is in Toronto, and that is dealing with the square root of the issue. Why are these young people stealing guns? Why are they sawing them off? Why are they trying to kill each other? And what can we do to tackle it from that level? And we would focus less on the tool of destruction and more on the reason why.
I certainly agree that there are root causes here, but I just wanted to really focus on the fact that he told us it was not guns smuggled from the United States. It was not handguns smuggled from the United States. So would you agree that there are other issues besides the smuggling of guns from the United States that are the sources of gun crime in this country.
Yes, like I said, I would agree that even in my case, if we could not access, because there are these things we call dry spells, where we couldn't access illegal weapons from the United States, so we'd have to rob and steal from shops or legal gun owners. But then again, it turns the weapon into an illegal weapon. These are not straw purchases. These are not legal gun owners that were selling us the weapons. So yes, my answer is still the same, that if we deal with it from a square root issue, we'd worry less about the tools that are being used.
And we do have to focus on domestic guns as well. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of this panel. On behalf of this committee and the Senate of Canada, I extend our very sincere thanks to both Mr. Wilson and Mr. Langlois. You have brought different experiences and different expertise to this panel, and I think you can tell that it has been deeply appreciated. So we thank you for the time and effort that you have brought to this study and the expertise alongside it. Thank you. Colleagues, we'll now suspend briefly and we'll return in 5 minutes for our next panel. We will now continue with our fourth panel as we examine Bill C21, an act to amend certain acts and to make consequential amendments, all related to the regulation of firearms. Next, we have the pleasure of welcoming from the Danforth Families for Safe Communities, Ken Price, spokesperson, and Samantha Price, survivor and spokesperson. And also from the Coalition for Gun Control, Dr. Wendy Sukier, co-founder and professor at the Toronto Metropolitan University. Thank you for joining us today. I invite you to provide your opening remarks, to be followed by questions from our members. I remind you that each organisation has 5 minutes for testimony. We'll begin with the Danforth Families for Safe Communities, and I understand that Ken and Samantha will be sharing speaking time. We have a 30-second warning card that you've probably seen before. Mr. Price, please begin when you're ready, and thanks for being here.
I'm actually going to have Samantha kick things off for us.
Samantha, off you go.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and Senators, my name is Samantha Price. On July 22nd, 2018, my friends and I experienced life-changing and life-ending terror and tragedy. All we were doing was eating ice cream out on a summer night. Then we became the targets of a hate-filled individual we did not know using a stolen handgun to carry out his rampage. What should have been a peaceful and fun night of celebration ended in horror and misery. This endures today for me, for my friends and family, and hundreds of others in the community. I can confirm through lived experience that gun violence has a terrible ripple effect. It's been over 5 years, and when this comes up and people ask, "How are you doing? Have you recovered?" I usually say, "I'm fine," as we all often do. I will always be grateful to the off-duty doctor who gave me first aid in the restaurant I ran into, and the police, ambulance, and doctors and nurses at St. Mike's that helped me. But in my mind, I think, well, I had a bullet pass right through my hip. I saw my friends get shot at close range, and a very good friend of mine, Reese Fallon, was murdered. Things are not the same, and they probably never will be. Mainly, I feel I lost my trust with my community, and I'm now very cautious about where I go and how I get there. And I know that living with this is even harder for the Fallons, who lost 18-year-old Reese and all the living that she was robbed of. And the same is true for the Kozis family, who lost 10-year-old Juliana. I did not know Juliana personally, but her family has told me about her. They honored her by holding an event called Just Do Kindness to celebrate her selflessness. As uncomfortable as this is to talk about, I am here for my community to remind the committee of the lethal nature of guns, to make the case for change. To those that have tried to minimize our grief or explain away the facts of our experience in order to defend their position, just know that gun violence is felt widely, deeply, and profoundly, and does not go away. I think that losing a life or having your life changed is not the same as having your hobby curtailed. We need to change the rules to be fair to all of us. We need to do better. Senators, I appreciate expressions of sympathy, but I need your help. Help pass this bill. No one ever deserves to experience what we had to go through that night. Thank you.
Thanks, Samantha. Ken?
Thank you, Samantha. Senators, I'm here to support my daughter. I'm here as a spokesperson for the Danforth Families Group. And we're here to urge you to put public safety at the center of your decision-making and your process. We recognize other stakeholders in this debate, but reasonably used is the key phrase in the law guiding the availability and classification of firearms for private owners. We should not just let the manufacturers that supply us with firearms push their latest and newest weapons into the mix. Permit firearms cautiously, because innovation in this industry produces a more hazardous and a more lethal product. We see Bill C21 in part as an update to the application of our existing firearms framework and a necessary update to balance public safety considerations in the face of our gun violence problem. As to our experience, the Danforth incident was a wake-up call for our family and for many others, and I offer the following observations. The handgun used was a Smith & Wesson M&P 40. Now, M&P stands for military and police, as we learned, because that was the initial target market for the gun. So why is a policeman's sidearm available for sale to the general public? These handguns are far different from what Olympic target shooters use, so why are they necessary for sport shooting? Secondly, the gun was imported legally. It was housed in a retail shop and then stolen in one part of the country, and then it was used later in another part. And according to RCMP reports, as we have learned, about 1,500 guns per year are lost or stolen and not recovered, and that was for the period reported between 2016 and 2020, according to the RCMP's own information. So given what happened to us, we wonder what has happened to all of those other lost and stolen guns. And given a large base of ownership, of course mistakes are going to be made. This is foreseeable. So let's get the most dangerous of these weapons out of circulation in as fair a way as possible. And finally, the gunman was able to buy magazines to quickly reload his stolen gun without having to have a license. We see that Bill C21 has addressed this loophole. And we have other points. We've submitted a brief that where our support of Bill C21 is outlined. But maybe I'll sum up this way. After our tragedy, our families took several months before deciding whether we could speak out and what to say. You know, we come from different backgrounds and we have different political views amongst us, but we support Bill C21 across that because it is a wide-reaching bill. It's not just about gun bans. It will contribute to a public health approach that we believe is the ultimate end game for addressing gun violence. But what we need here now from this committee and from the broader Senate is support for this bill. So thank you for your attention today. Thank you for your public service. We're happy to take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you both. Thank you. We now go to Dr. Sukia. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Senators, for giving me this opportunity to address you again. I represent the Coalition for Gun Control, which is an alliance of more than 200 public health, violence prevention, public safety, community, women's, and victims organizations. And we will submit a brief after our testimony that is translated as is required. We're asking that you pass this legislation in its current form, and we want to provide an analysis of why we think it is important. And I should say, I am a professor. I wrote a book called The Global Gun Epidemic with the past president of the American Public Health Association. So our approach is grounded in public health, looking at primary prevention, looking at enforcement and implementation. But we know from the evidence that controlling the availability of firearms reduces the risk that they will be misused. I think I also want to say at this time, though, I'm also a parent, and when people are making decisions about this legislation, I think it is really important to consider the impact of gun violence on victims, their families, and their communities, as was so poignantly described. In terms of Bill C21, our view is that it includes measures which reduce the risk that People who are a threat to themselves or others will have access to any firearms. It improves controls over firearms, which in our view, where the risk outweighs the utility, and there I'm referring to military-style semi-automatic firearms and handguns, which are not used for hunting, are not needed by farmers, and serve no more purpose in rural communities than they do in urban centers. We believe that the legislation will also strengthen controls over manufacturers and imports, making it more difficult for them to circumvent the legislation because the gun industry is very innovative. And what is particularly important to us is the legislation explicitly includes a non-derogation clause protecting Indigenous hunting rights. So you've heard from a lot of witnesses. You've received a wide range of research summaries and studies. Our view is, and it's shared by most of the injury prevention experts in the country, our view is that, on balance, the evidence supports the fact that strong controls over firearms, over the availability of firearms, as well as over firearms where the risk outweighs the utility, do have an impact on public safety. We also want to remind the senators, I think you've seen the evidence, but while there is a lot of emphasis on smuggled guns, and that is important to address, fully 50% of the firearms Canada traced that were involved in crime originated from domestic sources. Those were guns that were legally imported to Canada, and they were either misused by their owners or diverted to illegal markets. And it is important to note that most mass shootings, most domestic violence, most suicides, and most murders of police officers in this country are not committed with smuggled guns. They're committed with guns that were domestically sourced. Happy to provide more information about that. I think the second point that I wanted to make is simply that gun violence takes many forms. So if you think about gun violence the way we think about cancer, it is true that this legislation is not a panacea. It won't address all the dimensions of gun violence. That is true. However, if we look at cancer, we know that there are differences between skin cancer and breast cancer and stomach cancer, and we don't say because this particular measure will not address that, it's no good. And so I want to underscore the fact that while smuggled guns are a problem, while we do need better border controls, while we do need support for intelligence-led policing, we also need strict controls over domestic firearms. You heard from Emma Cunliffe. We had standing at the Mass Casualty Commission, and I think this legislation responds to that extensive study and the research that was presented there. It also responds to public opinion polls. Most Canadians, for the 30 years I have been working on this issue, want to see a ban on handguns, want to see a ban on military-style semi-automatic firearms. No law is perfect, but we believe that this piece of legislation goes a long way to addressing a problem which has gotten worse. Since I've been working on this issue, the number of legally owned handguns in Canada has increased from about 250,000 to over 1 million, and we have seen an escalation in rates of violence that reflect that. And I think finally it's worth noting, and you'll hear from others on this, that this is a gender issue. Women are far more likely, represent a higher percentage of victims than they do users of guns. The attitudes of women are quite different. So when people say there's opposition to guns, gun control in rural communities, they often are not taking into account the gender differences. And we know, and you will hear from many witnesses talking about the role of guns, not just in femicide, but also in the other forms of harassment and threats. And so I'm happy to answer questions, but will urge you to please support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sukia. We'll now proceed to questions. We have to finish the panel by 7 p.m. and as with the last panel, I'm going to limit each question, including the answer, to 4 minutes, and we'll hold up this card to indicate that 30 seconds remain in your time. Please keep your questions succinct and identify the person you're addressing the question to. And the first question goes to our Deputy Chair, Senator Dagenet.
Merci, Monsieur le... Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. My first question is for Mr. Price. Mr. Price, you expressed your agreement about the provisions of this bill to totally prohibit the possession of handguns, to punish all Canadians that legally possess them and that have properly registered them. Now, let's take it for granted that 80% of seized, confiscated weapons are illegal, i.e. non-registered. Could you tell us what in this bill really has a deterrent effect on criminals? And do you believe that sentences for the possession of weapons and handgun violence are tough enough in order to scare organised criminals?
Well, I have a hard time with the premise of some of what you have said, sir. I don't agree that 80% of the guns are coming from smuggled sources. I mean, that is a statistic that I think has been cited in the case of the Toronto Police Force, although that number is at a high relative to when we started. It used to be 50-50, and now it's 80%. There's clearly an issue with smuggled guns. In fact, we have said that's absolutely true, and we are heartened when the police intercepts those weapons at the border. We think more tools should be provided, such as they are in this legislation, through some of the legal remedies that I think can be taken. And there is a decision to lengthen criminal sentences as a deterrent. And that issue needs to be tackled. But that's not what happened in our case, and that's not what happened in about half the cases. We have two problems to solve, not one. If there's one point we can get across on the supply side, is that we have two issues. And we need to carefully consider the utility versus risk of the domestic gun supply we have, which is about 10 million firearms from what I understand. I'm rounding off, I realize. We don't have precise numbers, but we know about 1 million of those are handguns, and we know that the incidents of homicide, incidents of firearm use have grown, and that half of the problem, again, is related to handguns or more. So we think this legislation is appropriate because it's not taking into account, it's not taking to task all of the guns that are out there. In fact, at the end of this, there'll be, 8 or 10 million rifles and shotguns still in the closets and firearm storage facilities of those law-abiding gun owners. But what we are doing is we're taking the guns that have been most frequently used in crime out of circulation. So I think this legislation is appropriately targeted and fair.
My next question is for Dr. Kukia. The legislation on firearms control have had positive impacts to some extent. Can you hear me properly? I'll start my question again. The legislation on firearms have had positive effects in Switzerland, Australia, and New Zealand. Canada has legislated in vain, in my opinion. The issue of prohibited weapons is far from being resolved with Bill C21, in my opinion. Do you believe that Canada's proximity to the United States is a decisive factor making it more difficult to control firearms in our country? And is this an issue of North American culture or a deep phenomenon to do with criminality itself?
Thanks very much for the question, and I'm happy to provide you with some data that compares Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, the US, and Canada. And I think it's worth looking at, because what it shows is when you take guns out of the equation, when you only look at murders through beatings, stabbings, and other means, the rates of homicide are comparable in those countries. It's only when you add guns to the mix. And so the United Kingdom, for example, which has roughly twice the population of Canada, last year had about 30 gun murders because of the availability of firearms. It's true that our situation is made more complex by the fact that we live next to a country with as many guns as people. But the evidence is pretty strong. We were on exactly the same trajectory as Australia. If you looked at what was happening with gun death and injury in Canada, it was declining until 2013, when it took a different tact. And we could talk more about why that might be. But there's no question that controls over legally owned firearms affect certain kinds of gun violence. And the fact that we also have a smuggled gun problem shouldn't prevent us from taking action on what we can. Smuggled guns, for the most part, are not used to kill police officers. Smuggled guns, for the most part, are not used to kill women. Smuggled guns are not used in mass shootings, and smuggled guns are not used in suicides or unintentional injuries. So it's important, as I said at the outset, to recognize that gun violence takes different forms, which you well know, Senator Desjardins, and that we can therefore have different strategies for addressing those different types of violence.
Thank you very much. Not surprisingly, just about every senator in the room wants to ask a question. We go next to Senator Platt.
A question for each of the panels, either Samantha or Mr. Price. First of all, I want to thank you for being here, and I know this is a very difficult time for you, and you've experienced an unspeakable tragedy. And I understand your sentiment about handguns entirely. But the fact of the matter is that this bill, Bill C21, removes no handguns from circulation, zero. And it will do nothing about smuggled firearms. And I know, Mr. Price, you don't think it's as big of a problem as the Toronto Police Chief and most other witnesses do. But the fact of the matter is, and the previous panel said, the smuggled guns are the choice of criminal gangs. So how concerned are you about the fact that this bill focuses on the wrong problem, because it will not remove handguns from circulation?
I think that this is a fair compromise because of the reality is that there are a lot of people that bought those guns under circumstances that allowed them to do it. And so now the question is, if you want to end up transitioning to a time where you don't have as many handguns, that's going to have to be accomplished over time. I think that's part of the strategy, and it's actually what we called for, because we've had 50,000 handguns a year added since about 2015, and we've seen with that a corresponding amount of homicide growth in this country. Now, I agree with Dr. Sukier, who said there are different kinds of gun scenarios, different kinds of supply scenarios for different kinds of gun crimes. In our particular situation, it was a policeman's sidearm for sale in one part of the country that ended up being stolen, as 1,500 other guns are per year, and ended up in the streets of Toronto. And it's very foreseeable to imagine that you'll have those kinds of mistakes and thefts occur as long as we keep allowing more and more guns to come into the country.
That would have still been available even if Bill C-21 would have passed.
Well, hopefully over time that won't be the case, sir. And I will feel that we need to start at some point in time.
Dr. or Professor Sukier, I've asked many witnesses this question. I'm going to ask you the same one. The minister has told us they have done nothing but consult widely on this bill. Were you personally consulted before this bill was introduced?
Not before the initial C21 was introduced. We were consulted about some of the amendments that were introduced, and we were part of group consultations with other organizations.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Coutre is next, followed by Senators Beam, Youssef, Deakin, Ontario, Dasco, Boisvenu, and Cardoso. Senator Coutre.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here, sharing your experiences. I'm sure that it's not easy. My kids' preteen years grew up, they're playing on the Danforth, so I know whereof you speak. This bill tries to balance the privilege of firearms ownership and the needs for all Canadians to be protected from firearms violence. One of the concerning aspects of the public discourse around this bill is the application of actually a logical flaw called the moral equivalence fallacy, where less damaging consequences are equated with major negative impacts, suggesting that both are equal. For example, the privilege of owning a handgun for use in cosplay, as the previous witness has described, versus the right not to be shot with a handgun. Concerns have also been raised that substantial amounts of disinformation about the bill is being shared on social media and in correspondence with parliamentarians. What kinds of these false equivalency arguments are you hearing? What kinds of disinformation about this bill have you noticed? And do you think that Bill C21 is a positive step towards getting this balance between the privilege of firearms ownership and public protection from firearm violence right? So maybe Professor Soukier first, and then the Price family.
Thank you for the question. You know, to me, there's a difference between differences of opinion and disinformation. And so many of us around this table may have differences of opinion, but there are certain things that are fact. And as Mr. Price noted, it is a fact. It is a fact that guns that are legally owned in Canada are misused by their owners and are diverted from legal purposes to illegal purposes. That is simply a fact. And the evidence is very clear on that. It is also a fact, that gang violence is only one kind of problem. And while people bring us back constantly to say this legislation won't fix that, you've heard from specialists in domestic violence, you've heard from specialists in suicide prevention. I'm sure that you heard something about mass shootings and the role of legally owned firearms in those contexts. Again, it is a fact that gun violence takes different forms. So I think there's some of that. I think what we saw, certainly in the lead up to this iteration of the legislation, were claims, and I get this constantly in the vast quantities of hate mail I receive, the idea that this is going to negatively impact hunters, farmers, or Indigenous peoples in pursuing their livelihoods and so on. It is a fact that most of the firearms that are being prohibited are currently restricted, which means they cannot be used for hunting, and they're not supposed to be used by farmers. So this notion that banning the AR-15 has an impact on Indigenous hunters is another form, I would say, of disinformation. And the rural-urban issue for me is another big one, where we hear constantly that this is a conspiracy of people from urban centers being foisted on Canadians, when in fact, as you would know, the rates of gun death, injury, and even crime in rural areas are higher.
Thank you, Chair. There we go. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here. We know, all of us know how difficult it is for you to address the subject. I wanted to touch on the topic of the handgun ban impacting sport shooters. I've received a lot of correspondence from sport shooters, and of course this is one of the concerns raised by gun control groups such as Police se souvient, and it's the potential for the so-called Olympic exception to be used as a loophole by bad actors. And conversely, advocates on the other side of the argument, such as the self-named Magnificent Seven, two of whom we heard from last week, referred in a letter to this committee to, quote, the elimination of entire sports and sporting communities in Canada, unquote. We know sports shooting is popular in our country, and it is quite a community activity in many places across the country. How do you weigh the valid fears of victims and women's groups against the valid concerns of sport shooters? How do we find that balance, if we can? Any of you, please.
Well, I'll start. I mean, certainly this path that we've been on has made me more interested in what we call sports shooting in this country as a result, because I have looked at the history of Canada in the Olympics. I learned, for example, that there are far more Olympians and Pan American participants in long gun categories actually than in handguns and in air pistol. In fact, I think we just have a gold medal winner in air pistol at the Pan Am Games, right? With a gun that would have nothing to do with this legislation. So I wonder, how did he become so proficient? Was it with an M&P 40? I doubt it. So I think, again, what we're really asking is we say, well, what is reasonably required to be successful as a true elite target shooter? And what are the sports that we're going to suggest are the sports that Canadians can participate in to do that? And we've tried very hard not to judge what those are. What we've more looked at is what does that lead to on the supply side? And what we would say is, and let's put it on like IPSC, which is the Practical Shooting Commission, is the one that allows for the broadest assortment of guns. And I think in the testimony in the other place, it was even revealed, would certainly be a risk as a way to bypass the legislation and its intention, because it doesn't have the same standards as the ISSF and the Olympics. So what I would say is I think we need to be careful about which of these sports that we call sport shooting, and I think we need to look at what is reasonably required to accommodate that. And I think if we do, we're going to find that a lot of the semi-automatic handguns that are out there are not required for that and should be removed over time in our society. That's our view.
Dr. Sukier, if there's time.
I'm a professor. Yeah, I think we have to differentiate between Olympic-style shooting and practical shooting, acting out self-defense scenarios. One IPSC shooter had a break into his condo in downtown Toronto, and the thieves took off with 40 guns, including an Uzi. The police confiscated another 140. One IPSC shooter, 200 guns. And so I think, again, it's a risk versus reward. It's a hobby versus people's lives. And as a parent and as a researcher, I know where I would put my emphasis.
Thank you. Senator Youssef.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. Samantha, I know that coming to testify is really important for you, given what you've experienced as a young woman, and more importantly, in the advocacy both you and your dad and your family has been doing, and building a broad support for the efforts to how we deal with this issue. In the legislation, one aspect of your direct experience, and of course the criminal who had stole that gun, is already being addressed in the bill about how you can buy ammunition, having now to have a license to do so. But if you look at the legislation in totality, based on your advocacy and the work you've been doing, what would you see as some of the positive aspects of the work you have done and the result that's in this bill today?
I'd like to pass the question to my dad, if that's okay.
I think that the topics that have been raised have been more than gun bans, and the supply is more than just the domestic supply. So I think it's been useful to have some of the measures are in the bill, and some of them are around some of the things that the government's done around that, such as the investment in the community, building Safe Communities Fund, for example. I think that says, look, we need to look at those marginalized communities and create programs that will encourage youth in particular not to pursue a life of crime. So I think that what we have done is create a more wholesome conversation. And, and ultimately I think this ladders up. There are other roles for other institutions, other levels of government. I think gun control, though, and updating which guns that we say are necessary in our society versus the risk is an important part to it. And Bill C21 will accomplish that and help. I don't know, Dr. Sukier, if you wanted to add anything, or if I didn't leave you any time again.
Maybe Wendy, I could ask you another question. Okay. I mean, domestic violence is an issue that gets attention quite often around December 6th in this country. Yet every week in this country, women die as a result of gun violence. Why is it so difficult for a society to come to terms with this reality? Is it women's lives, or is it just that we don't think it's worthy of the debate that we should have about how we can reduce the homicide against women in this country?
I think it's longer than a minute's answer, but I do think that in spite of changes to the law and in spite of increased awareness, people view domestic violence as somehow a matter that is between two people that doesn't put them at risk. and will never affect them or their loved ones. I think people see domestic violence as something that affects other people, and are unaware of the extent to which it is actually pervasive. And we've seen case after case after case where so-called law-abiding people have a dark undercurrent. And, you know, we're going to find more out about some of the more horrific cases that have occurred recently, but there are people in the room who have been involved in inquiry after inquiry after inquiry that has the same conclusions. The Arlene May inquest, which was, I think, probably almost 30 years ago now, at least 25, came to the same conclusions as the most recent inquest into the shootings outside of Ottawa, which is, you know, we have to do a better job of protecting women, and we have to do a better job of removing firearms from people who are a risk to themselves or others. And we simply don't put the same priority, in my view, on the lives of women that we do on other forms of violence, which people feel more threatened by. I think as well women's voices, and you can look at who speaks on these issues. Women's voices are often silenced.
Okay, thanks very much. We're now going to Senator Deakin representing Ontario.
Thank you, and I just all of you, thank you for being here today. The Price family, absolutely, what a beautiful spot of the world you live in, and what a tragic family experience. And this is a pretty daunting environment, a hearing, and we really appreciate the testimony you're giving us. I do, Samantha, wonder one thing that I'm wondering that you might wish to respond to. You're hearing a lot of information today. You've seen the testimony. You've had the experience. And my wonder is if there's anything that we're not hearing that you would like to share with us that we haven't thought about yet, that's not in the testimony, that's really obvious to Canadians. Is there anything that you would like to share with us in addition?
I think that's a very hard question for me, but given my experience, I don't think it is one thing. I think it is important to hear not only my experience, but everyone else who has spoken today. I think each thing is extremely important to listen to. Obviously, what I went through is an extreme tragedy and something I unfortunately do have to live with every day. And losing my friend was another experience in itself. So I have trouble thinking of something that's one thing. But I think I am very happy to be sitting here next to my dad and Wendy, who have been very supportive with me through this experience. And thank you for acknowledging that this has been a very difficult experience and that it is a little nerve-wracking for me to be sitting here today.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your family for making the decision to say, what do we do with this? And really critical. And we're here today, but if you do think of anything else that you are triggered to think about, you can submit in a different way before we finish our study. Thank you for that. Mr. Kerr, I do have a comment to add on to my colleague, Senator Beam, and he was referring to shooting. And in your testimony in the House, you talked about, you told the committee in the House that if there are any exceptions to the federal handgun freeze, they should be very, very narrow, like be really specific and narrowly defined. And as Senator Beam discussed, we do have, rifle, pistol, shotgun, trap, skeet, all kinds of different disciplines that you mentioned today that may not be using the types of guns that we're talking about. But I just wonder how you think we can ensure these individuals can continue competing while making sure it does not become a loophole, and the exceptions that we need to keep considering. Are there any concerns that you wonder about with trying to go from here to here but not lose this group?
Well, you can look at legislation in other countries and where the exceptions are. So, you know, countries that have very strict gun control also participate in the Olympics in shooting sports. And so I think these are implementation issues and issues around regulation, which I think are very, very important, but probably beyond what this committee can address specifically, other than making recommendations. But the loopholes are potentially huge if we're not very careful. And then what is the point of having done this? I think the other thing we have to continue to say is this law is actually quite generous in that it bans the import, the sale, and the transfer. It's intended to stem the proliferation. It is not taking guns away from current legal target shooters. And so, again, a lot of that gets conflated and misrepresented in the media. I think it's very important to make that clear. This will stem the proliferation, and over time, we will see a decline in legally owned handguns, which people have hobbies. But it's very important to consider the costs.
Thank you.
And I think that point was made very effectively.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
We go to Senator Dasko next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone for being here today. The Price family, the Danforth community is such a great place. You know, I was just there the other night, Halloween, decorations everywhere. It's a great and vibrant community, and I think it still is. It seems to be, from my observations. But I wanted to ask Professor Sukier a question. So we hear from, the people who criticize C21. So we've got, there's some data issues that are, about the guns that come from south of the border and so on, and crime statistics, and we hear that from the people who oppose the bill. But one theme we hear about C21 is that it punishes law-abiding gun owners. That's what we hear, and I would really like to hear what you might have to say about that.
I think punishment is losing a child. I think not being able to acquire more handguns to pursue a hobby or collection is not punishment. And I'm going to try to say this briefly, but I think it is ironic. I was redecorating my house. I sent my contractor out to get me more blinds. He came back and said, sorry, you can't have those blinds anymore. They will not allow you to sell blinds for the window that have strings in them because it's a risk.
Yes, of course.
Canada banned blinds with strings.
Yes.
Based on
I have some from the old days.
Based on potential risk to public safety. How many people are killed with the strings and blinds every year in Canada compared to the nearly 1,000 who are killed with guns? To me, it is a question of proportionality, and to say that having to change hobbies is punishment in the face of the victims of gun violence is just insulting and ridiculous, in my view, respectfully.
I've got a minute sometime.
You have a minute and 15 seconds.
You are a superb analyst of data in your job and in your career, and so just looking ahead to if this bill is implemented more or less, let's say the way it is right now, how much of a difference do you think it's going to make? I mean, have you given that any thought? Like, is this going to, is this going to be a big deal? Or, like, just what's your sense of the sort of the extent of the impact of this bill?
So all we can look is historical impacts, right? And what we saw, for instance, was stronger gun laws introduced in 91 by the Conservative government and then 95 by the Liberals did have an impact on, for example, violence against women. So the number of women killed with guns declined precipitously over the next 15 years or so, and then started creeping up. Legislation is a key piece of that, but so is implementation. And so the impact of this law will very much be, for example, on domestic violence, will very much be a function of the extent to which those measures are actually used. Because we hear time and time again about people who are considered a risk to themselves or others, you know, a mass shooter who has been engaged in hate speech and made threats against a mosque, and so on, and so on, and so on. We see these cases over and over. And it's critical to have the measures in the legislation and to have the implementation, the resources to back them up. So when we look at domestic violence, hate crimes, and so on, that's critically important. When it comes to handguns, stemming the proliferation of handguns, in my view, will reduce handgun crime and handgun homicide. And if you look at the data over time, and you look at how the explosion of handgun ownership in Canada has been linked to increases in the use of handguns in crime, I think there's evidence to suggest that. And then again, if you look at international comparisons, the more our laws resemble industrialized countries in Europe, Australia, and so on, the more I think we can expect the patterns of gun violence to follow those trends. Social science, as you know, is imperfect. It's not like, you know, testing vaccinations. We can only look at probabilities, and I think that the probability is this combination of measures will make a difference.
Thank you very much. We've got just enough time for the final two senators, Senators Boisvenu and Cardozo. Senator Boisvenu.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Price, Samantha, I have a great deal of sympathy for you regarding what occurred. My own daughter was killed by a sexual predator who should have been behind bars, but unfortunately the government released the perpetrator far too quickly. But that happens on a monthly basis. The government frees sexual predators that are behind bars, despite their rhetoric on public safety, which flies in the face of what it actually does. And I think this bill also flies in the face of what the government really should be doing. Now, they'll be tightening the vice on those smugglers of illegal weapons, but at the same time, the government is passing Bill C5, and people can serve their sentences at home. Those are weapons traffickers. We've seen this in Quebec recently. Drug traffickers, 2 years sentence at home. And then there was a young man that imported 200 weapons from the United States, and he's serving a sentence at home in his living room. How can we reconcile this? The government says that it's serious about weapons trafficking and then tries to push through legislation which does the very opposite.
Mr. Price or Madame Sokes?
Mr. Price or Ms. Soka, if you'd like to comment on that.
I can certainly take a crack at it. I think the way in which the courts behave, as you know, is not purely a function of what government does.
Yes,
so
governments... No. The government adopted a bill that allowed now, instead of having a serious sentence in jail, now that bill will allow people to go in their home to have their sentences. It's not the court. That's the government decision.
A government decision to allow people to serve their sentences in the home.
C5.
But the sentencing provisions are decided by the court. So you'll recall the mandatory sentences that were introduced to accompany firearms violence. You remember those? They were struck down by the courts as being unconstitutional and a violation of the charter. So I think that we have to be careful to hold, it may be true that serving sentences in the home as opposed to prison is something that's worth discussing, but I don't think that's specifically with respect.
Is trafficking of arms serious, yes or no?
Trafficking of firearms is serious, yes.
So if it's serious, why that government would adopt a bill that will give so soft sentence that it's not a strong message about serious things?
But you think the government made the decision that that individual was going to serve their sentence at home, or was it a judge that made that decision?
No, the government allowed the judge to do so. So that's mean if the government don't table that bill, the judge will not be allowed.
So it's the ability to have the sentences at home as opposed to that specific case, is what you're saying.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
The final question for this panel goes to Senator Cardoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say, as we're closing, thank you to the Price family. Samantha Price, you being here and the words you've shared with us, you do a major contribution to good government policy in this country, and I thank you for it sincerely. Despite the pain you have, you've done a great service to this country today. Thank you for that. My brother lived near the Danforth for a number of years, and the area you talk about is an area that we had many happy times together. We enjoy those patios and the ice cream store and everything else in that area, and I know that area well. So that tragedy struck very close to our family. And I think it's really interesting that you remind us, Mr. Price, that it wasn't a smuggled gun that was used in that case. Dr. Suke, if I can just ask you about the red flags, and I just want to finish by saying there's no but to what I said. I just want to say emphatically, thank you for being here. You're right. Dr. Suke, I want to ask you about the red flag clauses. There was a suggestion by a couple of the witnesses last week that they could be used negatively against racialized people and Indigenous people, I suppose because one could make anonymous complaints. I hear otherwise, and certainly the government would suggest that there are enough safeguards around that vexatious complaints being used. What are your thoughts on the red flag clauses and whether that's a useful tool?
I would say that the red flag clauses were not a priority for us. Our priority was really on broadening the conditions under which firearms could be removed and introducing implementation measures like hotlines where when complaints are given, the firearms are removed immediately. Going to the courts, in our view, is a secondary process. Like, you should be able to call up, say, I have a concern, and those guns should be removed immediately. So for us, it's a backup. We know that the physicians for the prevention of gun violence feel quite strongly about it based on research that they've done. So I think there are circumstances where it might prove useful, but it's the other measures in the law that, from our perspective, are more important.
And if I have 30 seconds, I just want to ask you about not so much we talked a lot about the recreational gun use. What about farmers who need guns for whatever purposes?
Hunters, farmers can use guns. The legislation has no impact on them at all. They don't use handguns. They don't use military-style semi-automatic weapons. The only instances where farmers or hunters would be affected is if they're a risk to themselves or any other person. And those are concerns that we have to take into account, whether we're talking about urban or rural communities.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cardoza. Colleagues, we are at the end of this panel, and on behalf of this committee and the Senate of Canada, I want to thank all of our witnesses for the crucial work that you do and for sharing your experience and expertise with us tonight. It's been very helpful. In this case, that experience has been traumatic and painful. And we particularly thank you, Samantha Price, and your dad, Ken, for coming here, for having the courage to come here and join us tonight and to share your experience. and the advice that flows from that. It's generous of you, it's important, and the work that you do is important and it matters. And on behalf of all of us here tonight, I thank you for that, all three of you, in the different ways that you do that. And we wish you all the very best as you continue this important work. Thanks very much. Colleagues, we will now briefly suspend and return for our final panel at 7:06 p.m. Welcome back, colleagues. We continue with our final panel this evening, examining Bill C21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all relating to the regulation of firearms. We welcome to the committee, on behalf of Not Here, Flora Dommage, spokesperson, and by video conference, on behalf of the families of Dawson, Megan Hennigan, spokesperson. Thank you for joining us today. We invite you to provide your opening remarks, to be followed by questions from our members. I remind you that you each have 5 minutes for your testimony, and we will begin this session with Ms. Flora Dommage. Please, whenever you're ready.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairperson, member of the Standing Senate Committee on National Safety, Defence and Veterans Affairs, witnesses and members of the public. I'd like to begin by thanking you for giving us the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Pas Ici, Not Here movement. My name is Flora Dommage, and I'm the External Affairs Coordinator at the Polytechnique Student Association, as well as representative of the Pas Ici movement. Our Canada-wide student movement, which represents over 285,000 students, is deeply concerned about the issue of gun control in Canada, and in particular about the availability of weapons and accessories that maximise the number of victims. The safety of the student community is at the heart of our concerns, given the many tragedies that have taken place within our various universities and schools. Our main objective is to prevent mass killings and ensure a safe environment for the entire student community in Canada. We are calling primarily for a ban on assault weapons, handguns and high-capacity magazines, recognising that these weapons and accessories have been implicated in numerous tragedies of gun violence in Canada. We support Bill C21, which includes a freeze on handguns and a number of other positive measures, particularly those relating to domestic and conjugal violence. However, there are major shortcomings in the legislation. It does nothing to control assault weapons, which means it does nothing to change the fact that hundreds of legal models are currently in circulation in Canada, or the ability to legally obtain this type of weapon. This type of weapon is designed, let's remember, to inflict maximum destruction in minimal time. In other words, to kill as many people as possible in a short space of time. As an engineering student, I can see the scale of the damage they cause. The science supports our position. Wound mortality increases with calibre. The number of victims multiplies with the semi-automatic function. Multiple rounds of gunfire are all the easier with higher capacity magazines. These weapons can be also fitted with all kinds of military features. Tragedies such as the 1989 Polytechnique femicide, the 1992 Concordia University massacre, the 1999 Walter Ray Myers High School shooting, the 2004 Bramalea High School shooting, the 2006 Dawson School shooting, and the 2016 La Loche Community School shooting are all mass killings that have taken place in Canada. We also think of the shootings at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown in 2012 and Murray Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland in 2018, in addition to hundreds of other school tragedies in the United States. Finally, these kinds of tragedies are not confined to schools. They take place on our streets and in our communities, like the Portapique massacre in Nova Scotia in 2020, or in the context of domestic violence, like the multiple murders in Sault Ste. Marie just recently, which included the murder of 3 small children. All of this just goes to show what a huge lack of control there is over firearms. We therefore ask that Bill C21 be passed quickly and without amendment. Secondly, we are asking the senators to support the government's intention as announced here last Monday by the Minister of Public Safety, i.e. to complete the 2020 Order in Council to correctly classify existing assault weapons as prohibited firearms. This second order is an essential step towards banning these deadly weapons. The Senate may also vote on the need to eliminate loopholes and exemptions for large capacity magazines. We firmly believe that ensuring the safety of the public and thus of our student community must be the government's top priority. By passing Bill C21 and banning assault weapons, handguns and large capacity magazines, we can help significantly reduce the risk of gun violence and therefore the risk of tragedies such as mass killings taking place. These events have no place in our country. The Not Here movement, which brings together the student community in Canada, therefore calls on the Standing Senate Committee on National Safety, Defence and Veterans Affairs to support Bill C21, while calling on the government to strengthen this legislation with a new order in council and to eliminate the exemptions and loopholes for large capacity magazines in order to ensure a clear and precise assault weapons ban. The safety of the student community and all Canadians is at stake. It is our duty to take significant and meaningful measures to protect it. Mr. Chairperson, members of the Standing Senate Committee on National Safety, Defence or Security, Defence and Veterans Affairs, witnesses and members of the public, thank you kindly for your attention.
And thank you, Mr. Marche. Our final witness for today joins us now, Ms. Megan Hennigan. Ms. Hennigan, please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, hello. I'd like to thank everyone for having me today. For those who don't know me, my name is Megan Hennigan. And in 2006, I was shot outside Dawson College. Whew, already started, sorry. For the last 17 years, I've been working alongside Police Souvien as a representative for the Dawson families. Many of you have also seen the mother of Anastasia D'Souza by our side. This is something that is very close to us. It's very important to us, and we do support Bill C21 because it's introducing some really strong measures that are important for public safety, and they're important for closer, more intimate acts of gun violence. However, what I want to talk to you about today is the loopholes on extended magazines, the large capacity magazines. Despite the theoretical limit of 5 or 10 for long guns and handguns, a series of exemptions and loopholes allow magazines whose capacity surpasses these limits to remain legal on the Canadian market. The government has promised to close one of these loopholes, the one allowing modifiable magazines, but to be truly effective, the ban on large capacity magazines must be comprehensive. Some other examples, the current magazine rules that limit rounds to 5 or 10 include an array of them. So the modifiable magazines, are magazines pinned at 5 rounds, are legal. Many mass shooters have bought such magazines and illegally modified them to achieve the full illegal capacity by simply removing a rivet. The Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security recommended they be banned. If a magazine is not purposely designed for a specific gun in which it fits, it escapes the 5-10 limits. According to the RCMP, magazines up to 110 shot capacity are available since rifles are exempted. And magazines for semi-automatic handguns can contain 10 rounds. I'm in Montreal. Obviously, the Quebec mosque shooter used 5 of those. I was also shot with a weapon that was modified to hold a larger magazine. The Beretta Storm that the Dawson shooter had could only have 5 rounds. He modified it to be able to hold 10. And if he hadn't been able to do that, if those alone had been banned, the body count would have been much lower on the injury side, and he probably wouldn't have been able to make it into the cafeteria. Not even to get on the point of the new definition of prohibited weapons. What the assault style rifles are do not cover the existing weapons on the market. They only cover the new weapons that are coming out, which makes it very easy for people to still get guns that can do a lot of damage in a very short amount of time and are exempt from the rules. So if we want to prevent something that happened to me from happening again, we need a full ban on assault weapons, and we need a full ban on large capacity magazines. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan, thank you for your courage in doing this tonight. You're off to a terrific start, and we want to hear more from you. So thanks very much. We'll now go to questions. This panel finishes at 8 p.m. and as with the previous panels, I'm going to limit each question, including the answer, to 4 minutes. I will hold up this card to indicate that 30 seconds remains in your time. I'm going to ask senators around the table to please keep your questions as short as possible. Get them to the point so that we can bring most from our witnesses, and to identify the person that you're addressing the question to. I offer the first question to our Deputy Chair, Senator Dagenet.
Alors, merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Ms. Hennigan, I recall the Dawson College killing, and I was there at the Sûreté du Québec, and I accompanied the Minister of Public Safety when he introduced the anesthesia legislation. The Dawson shooter that injured you had 2 weapons in his possession. One, or both, I should say, were legally registered. One of them is now prohibited since 2020, one of those models. Obviously, I'm going to support C21, but the fact remains that some aspects of the combating of illegal arms are not being seriously addressed in this legislation and therefore aren't meaningful. So with hindsight and experience, could you please share with us the ideas, the feelings and the emotions you felt when mass shootings like last week's occurred, and whether the government's legislation will be enough to stop this kind of behaviour occurring in the future?
Okay. Alors,
well, of course, each and every time I see something happen in a school, in a community, in a grocery store, of course, it really hits me hard. And I feel a lot of pain when I see it, and it frustrates me because the current measures in place, the current legislation is not up to the task and doesn't prevent this kind of thing going on. And it's not just about the perpetrator of these crimes, it's about the accessibility of firearms, whether it be handguns, whether it be assault-style weapons. That's what we can control, that aspect of things. So there needs to be the most stringent controls possible put in place in order to ensure that we've all done our best, we've all done our utmost to keep Canadians and Quebecers safe. Well, you're aware that there's been an increase in crime, firearms crime in Montreal, and the police are having a lot of trouble, in fact, stemming the tide of that crime. Does C21 have enough teeth to give judges the ability to issue sentences that will be real deterrents for gun violence, whether or not those guns are registered or not registered? Well, Senator, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a victim. I'm a victim who's experienced a highly traumatizing event. And so I wouldn't venture to, chime in on what you're referring to. But C21 perhaps takes the first steps in the right direction. But beyond that, Well, that's not really my focus and the focus of my presence here today. It's better than doing nothing. Let's put it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan. We are now going to Senator Platt.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Hannigan, a couple of questions for you, and then I have one question for both witnesses, and I'll try to get them in. I'll be very succinct here in my question. You experienced an unspeakable tragedy, and we understand that. And, well, I can't understand what you're going through, quite frankly. But I think we all agree that we want laws in Canada that are effective. And we have heard considerable evidence already that Bill C21 will not be effective legislation. In that respect, Professor Christian Luprecht of the Royal Military College of Canada told our committee the following: "The data is unequivocal. Over 90% of firearms seized in the commission of a crime or that are possessed unlawfully in Canada have been smuggled by organized crime from the United States. Show me the data that supports this bill. There is none." Those are his words. If the professor is correct, how concerned are you that Bill C21 will, in fact, be ineffective?
I am not concerned at all that it will be ineffective, Senator. May I remind you that the mass shooter in Maine not too long ago was a Army reservist with access to legal guns. The man who shot me was former Army, and he had access to legal guns. Many, many mass shooters are not using illegal weapons or illegally obtained weapons to commit their crimes. They are buying them just like everyone else. They are acquiring permits just like everyone else, and there are no checks and balances to make sure that these men, for the most part, are being held accountable for having such dangerous tools in their possession. And let's not mince words here. A gun is a killing tool. It is the only thing that it can be used for. I do not think that dismissing the bill just like that out of hand, saying that, oh no, nothing in it will work, is genuine.
Well, of course, nobody's suggesting that we dismiss the bill out of hand. We're trying to get a bill that will be effective and that will help all Canadians. Effective gun control requires support, whether we like it or not, from legal gun owners, since gun control by definition focuses on legal firearms. So I'll ask the question. I have a feeling you're going to say you aren't, but I'll ask the question: are you at all worried that support from firearms owners for gun control could decline if bills are seen to target law-abiding citizens for limited effect? Then I have one very quick question for the two of them, Chair. Go ahead, Ms.
No, sir, I'm not, because most law-abiding gun owners who recognize the importance of gun control will have no problem having those checks and balances, having those bans on things that are very dangerous, that are pretty much useless. If you see a weapon as a toy, that's when, you know, you're kind of moving away from responsible gun owners.
Well, in fact, most legal gun owners are very opposed to, the majority of legal gun owners are very opposed to this legislation. But let me ask both of the witnesses this question, please, and I've asked this of a number of them. The minister appeared before our committee, and he said the government had consulted widely and extensively on this bill. He specifically said that victims groups were consulted in this regard. Were either of you consulted by the government before this bill was introduced? Ms. Hannigan first, and then maybe Ms. I'm not even going to try today. I'm sorry. Ms. Hannigan?
We had meetings with different people from different levels of government. I am not the spokesperson for my organization, so I cannot answer that question definitively. I am confident that Heidi and Natalie were in fact more involved in it than I was. Like I said, I'm just one representative from one branch of the Police de Suivier umbrella, doing work to help make this bill as effective as
Thank
it
you.
can.
So you aren't sure, please.
Oui.
Well, I am just taking the reins of the Not Here movement, and my experience is that of other members involved in the movement, and that is that we were not personally asked for our input, but there has been communications with Police se souvient about the ramifications of this legislation.
Thank you. Senator Kuchar, over to you next.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to both of you for being here. And I can appreciate that it's exceedingly difficult to talk about these kind of personal experiences. And I thank you and for your forbearance with us. I've been deluged with correspondence urging me not to support Bill C21. Many of the arguments that are made is it doesn't support Canadians' rights to guns, which is a piece of disinformation that confuses American with Canadian constitutions. The correspondence is also filled with other types of disinformation. It seems that much of it is consistent with what is being promoted by the gun industry that I've been able to see on various websites. It's almost identical wording. However, I've had hardly any correspondence urging me to protect women, students, children, and all Canadians from death and injury from firearms. I don't know that this correspondence is the majority of gun owners in Canada. I frankly don't think so. I think that it's some gun owners who are using the voice of the gun lobby to drown out the voices of women, students, and children. If each of you had one suggestion for strengthening public safety through Bill C21 for us, what would that suggestion be?
Mine would absolutely be strengthen and make less vague the definition of an assault rifle and prohibit anything that could possibly fall under that definition. Because, you know, if you're talking about hunters, if you're talking about farmers, they don't need those kinds of weapons. They're, you know, war toys for grown men. They don't serve a better purpose at doing those things. There are already weapons on the market that can, you know, do the job of hunting or protecting a farm well enough. We don't need assault weapons on our streets in this country.
Oui, donc
Well, as was just mentioned, the biggest issue is the definition. The definition that's used in Bill C21 when it comes to assault-style weapons. So from our standpoint, this legislation must be enacted because it will strengthen control, but thereafter, well, we have to make good on the 2020 orders in council to back up that legislation. And thanks to that there will be adequate control, well, better at least than what we can currently see.
We go next to Senator Deakin, Ontario.
Thank you, and thank you both for speaking with us today. It's a very, very technical bill and demonstrated by a very high level of courage from both of you, so we thank you for that. Flora, I'm going to ask you a question, and I hope it doesn't mean repeating what you started with, but it was quick, and you were going through a very important opening piece, and you talked about, I support the bill, but it does not go far enough. And I also heard what my colleague, Senator Kuchar, just asked a moment ago, what you do to improve it. I want to make sure I hear this right. So when you talk about the bill not going far enough, can you just slow that down again and tell me what you think the pieces are that must be in place for it to have the substance that you think it needs to have? And by the way, Megan, after that one, if you want to respond to it too, that's fine. I'm just going to start here.
Well, our understanding is that the definition used in the bill isn't adequate to regulate all the existing weapons. There are a lot of loopholes and gaps, and new weapons will be designed in order to circumvent the law. Now, okay, we're talking about Bill C21. It's a good starting point. There are good measures, but it's not exhaustive, and there's still more to do. So we, as I said earlier, want the government to make good on the 2020 Order in Council in order to strengthen the definition. That's what we need. And this will mean that more weapons will be included on the list. There were amendments that were made. There were over 400 guns that were forgotten, however. And yet these guns are dangerous. They were in the legislation before, and yet they've been deleted. So they must be dangerous. So a new order in council will help us to check all the boxes, fill all the gaps, etc.
Megan, anything to add?
No, Flora's got it down.
Thank you. Senator Youssef.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for being here and for your courage in presenting today. Flora, if I start with you, when I was young and I went to school, gun violence was not a thing. My biggest worry was to get to school on time, so the principal didn't have to take me to his office and ask me how come I was late. And yet, in today's reality, we're seeing more and more that gun violence is a real thing. And it's not just about university or colleges, but it's also at public schools, where kids are today having to deal with this reality. What does that say about our society? And more importantly, about the challenges that young people have to struggle with in going to school, never mind getting a good grade?
Oui.
Well, we are students. We have our studies to keep busy with, and this is an additional source of stress that is an upheaval in a sense when it comes to our studies. It's a bit contradictory, isn't it? Because on the one hand, we're being asked to learn about how to react when we're attacked. There are simulations of active killings in our schools. Not all schools offer this, but it is out there. So we're asked to take that in our stride, and yet these are legal weapons that are being used. So we can't wrap our head around that, and it does add additional stress when we're trying to study. Now, as to the challenges, well, we feel a lot of anxiety. We're seeing everything going on in the news. There was marital violence that occurred last week, and that is right on our front door. Youth are, how should I put this? Youth are going to be the leaders of the world of tomorrow, aren't they? And it's really hard for us to wrap our heads around the fact that the debate is ongoing. This debate has been dragging on for over 33 years since the Polytechnique femicide. We just can't fathom that the debate is still dragging on despite everything that has gone on in our schools. We want this prohibition to move forward.
Megan, if I may also, you talk about other aspects of the bill which is not in the bill, which the government is committed to look at in regards to the regulation. And you're very specific about that. I guess the reality is the sooner we can pass this bill, hopefully the government could get on with the necessary regulatory efforts that would be required, but equally get the advice that is required to look at those other measures that they have talked about that would come complement the bill at a later date. So maybe could you comment a little bit more about that?
Well, I mean, like I said, it's disappointing that we have to wait and do this at a later date because it really should have been part of this bill to begin with. It's it's a very important the magazine capacities are a very important piece of this discussion because without those magazines, without the bullets, the gun is useless, right? So you can't really separate these two parts of the machine like that. It's not how it works. You can't regulate one and not regulate the other. It gets a little weird. So I mean, obviously we do really hope that once C21 is passed that we can get on this and start closing those loopholes on large capacity magazines. And I believe there was something also on requiring permits to buy ammunition. That would be a fantastic idea because everybody loves to talk about the illegal gun crime. That's gonna bump it up too, because if you have an illegal gun but you're going to buy illegal bullets, now you can't do that. That old bit, the Chris Rock bit about bullet control, right? You don't have bullet control, you don't have gun control. So it's something that needs to be looked at right away, so urgently, because it really does affect how much damage these weapons can do, even if they aren't banned.
Senator Cardozo is our final questioner on this round, and then we're going to move to a second round. So anybody who wants to add to the list, please indicate so. Over to you, Senator Cardozo. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our two witnesses who are here. You're very brave for all the work you do. And Megan Hennigan, I want to thank you for taking the time to do this, not only the time but the courage, because I'm sure that having been through that event at Dawson College, there is somewhat of a re-traumatizing that happens when you come to a session such as this. But I know that you do it to develop good government policy, and we all thank you for that. Can you tell us a little bit about the work you do and how Families of Dawson works and how you interact with Police Souvien, for example? You got an early question about consultation, but do all of you work together and address some of these issues together? Are you focusing on legislation and all the other things that come after this?
Yeah, so it's a really, really collaborative effort. We've had, obviously, Police Souvien and their team of victims and witnesses and people worked so hard for over 3 decades. 3 decades they've been working on this. They brought Dawson in after our event happened. It was really eye-opening, and it was very empowering to be able to feel like you can take something like this and turn it into a public good instead of just a public trauma. We have brought in, we had members from the mosque shooting up in Quebec City. They have done amazing work too, focusing on legislation around Islamophobia and gun control, and it was so important what work they're doing. We have some collaboration with the Danforth families. It's really, really focused on advocating for changes to the gun laws in Canada to make them more strict, to let people know, because a lot of people, they'll look down at what's happening in the US and they'll be like, oh, but we have gun control in Canada. We're safe from this. We're fine. And we really aren't. We really, really aren't. It's getting worse every year. And if we don't, find a sense of urgency as a country, we're not far off from where they are right now. So that's our focus, is raising the awareness that is needed to really mobilize the Canadian people into demanding action from the government on stricter legislation surrounding firearms.
I know that I would imagine that after the kind of experience you've been through, there would be some people advising you to put it behind you, move on with the rest of your life, and try and recover yourself by getting away from it. But I do salute you for not doing that and for carrying on the fight for better government policy. And I think I'm sure that most Canadians thank you for doing that. And j'ai une question pour vous.
I do have a question for you, Ms. Domanger. Could you please?
Yes, but probably best. We'll move on to a second round. We've got Dagenet, Youssef and Cardozo. Unless others indicate, Senator Dagenet, over to you. You're first.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Ms. Hennigan, I don't want to stir up bad memories. I remember at the Dawson killing, there was Anastasia bill that carried the name of the victim in that mass shooting. At the time, there was legislation prohibiting the use of firearms in teaching institutions. So that was a small step in the right direction. Should it be my understanding that you believe that Bill C21, even though it's imperfect, is a step in the right direction?
Absolument.
Yes, I do. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Senator Youssef, over to you.
Again, Chair. My question will be an obvious one. In a very short time, after 3 decades, we will be observing December 6th again. And I guess if you had a wish, as we will be observing this legislation will probably likely still be in the Senate at some stage as we get to the final moment. What message would you send to us that we should bear in mind as we, of course, have those deliberations just prior to December 6th?
Well, what we want is the legislation be enacted as quickly as possible. It's really sad that we have to commemorate in mourning once again that there are advances but that they're not quick enough. And time is playing against us here. If the legislation doesn't get through quickly enough, there's a high likelihood that there'll be further mass shootings and killings, and that must be avoided at all costs. We're trying to actually hurry you along a bit, to be honest with you. It needs to get through quickly. And as I said earlier, there are killings that are still going on. Even last week, there was one in Maine, for example. Now, we'd like you to move forward in short order as quickly as possible so there's a total prohibition on assault-style weapons.
Megan?
Yeah, no, that's my point too. We need to get this passed, and we need to get it passed fast because the people from Polytechnic that are still here have waited 33 years. I've waited 17. I cannot imagine waiting 33. The longer we wait to pass this, the more likely it is that something like this is going to happen again. Maybe not in Montreal, maybe not in Nova Scotia. It might be in BC this time. It might be in Alberta, but it's going to happen. It's not an if, it's when. So we really need, we need to light a fire under something and get this going.
Okay, thank you, Senator Cardozo. The final question is yours.
My question is for Madame Domanger. Just in terms of violence in our society, I think if you look at films and you look at video games, they're becoming increasingly violent at a time when we're trying to make our society less violent. Are you concerned about the influence young people have in terms of violence in video games that normalizes gun violence?
Well, it is very concerning indeed. Well, there's video games and reality, and we're actually talking about cold, hard reality here. So I think that taking the step of killing someone, well, it's more than just about playing a video game, isn't it? one has to have very deliberate intentions behind that kind of act. Video games are not an end in of themselves. So I really can't speak as to what impact they have in real life. I'm talking about real life events here. We can see that for the past 33 years, these massacres have been going on. I've listed some of them. I probably missed some in my opening remarks. We're seeing an increase in crime both in Quebec and across Canada. So this is hard to bear as students. And as students, not only do we have to manage our studies, but all that additional stress as to whether or not something might happen to us in our schools. The government has legalised the weapons that are used in these massacres. And we're very anxious, increasingly so, and we just don't understand. So what I'm asking you to do is just act as quickly as possible to avoid further disasters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of our meeting this evening, and on behalf of the committee and on behalf of the Senate of Canada, I express sincere thanks to you, Ms. Dommage, and Ms. Hennigan, as I do to our previous witnesses today. It is vitally important that we heard from the two of you this evening, from young women whose work and effort is responsive to tragic events in Canada, and sadly many of which involve violence against women. Ms. Hennigan, we particularly thank you for your courage in being with us tonight, and we wish you well as you move forward in what has already been a long process towards recovery, and you have our best wishes. I'd like to also thank members around the table for your participation this evening. It has been a long period, and your questions have brought out the very best from our witnesses, and your attention did not waver through the course of a very long meeting. We will continue this examination of C21 on Wednesday, November the 1st at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time in room B45. And with that, I wish you all a good evening. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.